Check, check. Oh my goodness. Cool. We love that, don't we? Every single week. So I got a 9-to-5 job, right? I work all the way till 5. I work from home. I'm here. And usually I'll put out the reminder email, or not so much reminder email, but I'll post something on the YouTubes and letting you know when the video is going to be live. And usually it's when I do my sound check. Everything was working at that point in time. Everything was working. I didn't think that I needed to update this once again. Oh my goodness. Amateur hour. Dude, I got to figure out a better way of updating everything faster, sooner. I had everything. I kid you not, I was on top of it this week, except for the stupid audio. Good God. But I checked it. I checked this earlier. I kid you not, I checked it earlier. All right, well, my apologies. I hate that. I hate when that stuff happens. What I was trying to say, welcome in to a DFS strategy video for the 2024 Texas Children's Houston Open. My name is Eric, and here at SweetSpotDFS, it's all about trying to hit the optimal lineup every single week. And in these videos, basically what we do are we go over all the components required to target the optimal lineup. So we talk about the course and tournament information. We check out the I just saw a chat that I was like, wait, what? Lombardi Lee, I think you said hi to Anna a bit too soon. I don't see her in the chat. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Anyways, I go over the past optimal and GPP winning lineups. We go over the bucket system for this week. We review the week before, the Valspar from the week before. And then we basically get into lineup building. So that is what you can, I mean, there are timestamps down below. There will be. Usually I do that later after the video. So if you're watching this on replay, you can check it out down there. I should have timestamps available for you. I'm all rattled from earlier, not having the mic not working. I'm all out of sorts. All right. How about this? Let's talk about giveaways. If you're unaware, I like to do a subscriber giveaway. I have a weekly giveaway as well as a monthly giveaway. The only thing that you need to do is 1, be subscribed to this channel, and 2, participate like everybody else in chat right now. So, I mean, gosh, you guys are already you're cruising with the chats. AJ Love, Daniel Bold, what's going on? Mrs. Farouk, which I now know is a Mr. Farouk. How is it going? Joanne, good evening. Let's see, who else do we have? John Bizzle, what's going on? And Lombardi Lee. 8 game, Shot Like Harden, what's going on, guys? What is happening? Yeah, Shot Like Harden, this is in your backyard, isn't it? All right. If you want access to this giveaway, if you want entries into the giveaway, comment just like these fine people did in chat. If you're watching this on replay, leave a comment down in the replay. Not so much in the replay, but leave a comment down on the YouTube video. You get entries that way. And everyone here in chat, if you want an additional entry to the giveaway, that's all you got to do. You know, once this video is posted, just go back into it for 2 seconds. Leave a comment. Give me your favorite golfer that you're playing this week. That's all you need to do. You could say hey, you could say hi. It helps the YouTube algorithm. That's the main thing, is trying to send this out to as many people as possible. So you doing that gets you entries into the giveaway. $5 weekly giveaway. You see that says $100 monthly giveaway? Well, my promise to you guys is if we reach the goal that you see all the way over there to the left, 650 subscribers, we're already past that. We're at 667. For every 10 subscribers over that goal, I will add $10 to the pot. So you can see we're at 667. I'm already adding $10 to the pot. But if you want to add $20 to the pot, we need 3 new subscribers. So that's all I need. 3 new subscribers, and then we add $20 to the pot. So that $100 giveaway you see above my head will turn into a $120 giveaway. Again, it just takes more subscribers. I had forgotten to update the new subscriber thing over there in the middle of the little bar right here, just to, you know, show my appreciation, give you a little shout out. So if you're wondering last week why it was the same as the week before, it's because I forgot to do that. This time I did not, though. So let's go ahead and run this giveaway. I have all of the entries from the roll calls. By the way, I do roll calls throughout these live videos, giving you some more opportunities to get entries. So you see roll call 1, roll call 2, roll call 3. Usually I do about 3 in a video. And then this is just all of you guys that participated in the live video last week. Now, typically I have 2 videos. One is a website and database building video. It's basically me showing you, hey, I'm working on this. I'm trying to get closer and closer to publishing it, and it's close. The website's close. I'll show you guys a little bit later in the video. I had to set up all the membership stuff, and I think I'm 95% done with that. So now it'll just be report building. And I think what I'm going to start out is just provide a cheat sheet. That's what the website's going to do. You'll be able to go in there, sign up, create whatever membership you want. I'm probably not going to charge anybody right away. I need testers. I will need people to go into the site, use the site, see if it breaks, see if there's any weirdness, any odd behavior, report it to me, and we'll go from there. But anyways, this Thursday, I will have a live stream. Last week I couldn't do it because I had a work deployment call. This week I do not, so I will be live this Thursday. If you want more opportunities to get into the giveaway, just go there, participate with me, or just, you know, leave a comment. If you want to check it out and see how it all goes, by all means, I welcome you to do so. Anyways, 61 entries last week between the roll calls and just the live videos. You want to know what's sad? None of you guys, none of you came through and commented after it went live. So you all don't get additional entries into the giveaway. Hey, if you don't want another entry into the giveaway, that's fine. Hey, it's all good. I'm not really pointing my finger at you guys and shaming you, but you guys could have had another entry if you wanted it. Doesn't matter. We got 61 entries. All I have to do is hit the yes here, and we'll find our winner. Drum roll, because we have that now. I hope. God, maybe I don't. We'll see. Bart Bogard. Bart, if you are in the chat, or if you show up sometime during this this video, or you're watching it on replay, you have to reach out to me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com to determine where to send the money. So right here, this email address, contact me there. Let me know, hey, I won your giveaway. Send $5 to PayPal, Venmo, Google Pay, whatever. Just to show you guys that this is not rigged. We can keep going through this. It's going to be random. It's just a randomizer that I built in here. Just random people. So congratulations, Bart. Reach out to me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. I have confirmed. Last week I did not, or I couldn't, but I also am providing $20 to anyone who signs up on PrizePicks using the SweetSpot promo code, and also putting $20 in their account. So I can let you play this for free if you do those steps. So step 1, sign up using the promo code SweetSpot. Step 2, put $20 in your account. Step 3, I email you saying, hey, I see you signed up on PrizePicks using the promo code, and there's $20 or whatever it is. It'll tell me if you deposited or not. I then will ask you where to send that $20. So you can play this for free. PrizePicks will match your deposit up to $100. So if you're going to only put 20 in there, that's fine. You're still going to get $20 back from me, and then PrizePicks gives you an additional 20 on top of that. So your 20 will turn into 40, and it will only cost you the sign-up information. That is it. And the initial deposit, of course. But there's a link for this in the description down below. Check that out. Click on it. Should get you to the homepage. Just hit the sign-up button, and the promo code SweetSpot should just populate automatically. Other giveaways that I'm doing, or that I'm providing, there's a cheat sheet. You can also find this in the link down below. It's absolutely free to you. You can come here, hit the file menu, make a copy. You can edit it if you'd like. You can follow along with me throughout this video as I go through it. It not only has the dream sheet, but it also has the bucket system here as well. So everything that I'll be talking about in the bucket system, you can find here. Again, you can follow along with me. You can use all the filters that I will be using. Entirely up to all you. Link in the description once again. And also at the end of the video, I will be building lineups with the optimizer. If you want access to this, contact me right there, SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Let me know you're interested in this. You do have to be subscribed to this channel, and you're going to have to leave a comment somewhere. If you have not yet left one, leave one here on the live chat or on the replay. Does not matter to me. That's how you get credit. That's how I will send this, or that's required for me to send it to you. But again, reach me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Ask me if you like the optimizer. Also, you could reach me at Twitter, or on Twitter, or even on Instagram. If you message me there asking me for the optimizer, I'll send it to you. I'm still gonna have to send it to your email. So again, that is available to you. That would cover all the giveaways. So we can go into the first piece of the video. We're going to talk about the golf course and the tournament information. If you're unfamiliar with the segment, what I like to do is go over the tournament fact sheets first, and then we'll get into the golf course, and then tournament fact sheets will cover the golf course, but then we'll do kind of a mapping of the golf course, see what shot shape matters, get into the tournament, cover all the bases that we need for this event. Now, this portion is just to let you know all the data points that you can use for researching. That's it. It's not for me to sound smart. It's not for me to, try to convince you one way or the other. I'm just going to give you the data points. And if you didn't know that this existed, this is me letting you know. If you want to access this, just go to the gcsaa.org. You can see the acronym right up here. Go there, scroll to the bottom where you see media or media rooms. You can find tournament fact sheet there. So what I like about these sheets, you have the tournament, which is just basically the Houston Open. This has a new brand, I suppose, a new sponsor, the Texas Children's Network. I can't remember exactly what the back end of it is, but Texas Children's Houston Open. It's the Houston Open. So if you want to use any of the other Houston Opens, you certainly can. Now, one big difference, this is the Memorial Park golf course. They've used this for the last 3 years, I believe. Let me just double check on that. I keep that up here. So 3 years prior to this. Before that, it was the Golf Club of Houston. Was that for each of the other renditions? Yes. Okay, so it switched to the Memorial Park golf course in 2021. And so that's what we have. We have 3 years of data. So if you're using Houston Open stuff, maybe just look at the last 3 years, because that's the only time that this golf course was used. It is a par 70, 7,400 yards. That's pretty long. I think the Valspar last week was 7,400 yards, and it was a par 71. I think it was like 74.58 or something like that. So it's pretty long. It won't play short, that's for sure. You have 7,000 square feet green sizes. That's a little bit, actually, I think that's average. I want to say 5,500 to 6,000 square feet is average. So maybe this is just a little bit larger than that. There are some, the most interesting thing, I've been kind of participating in some chats out there, like Back Nine Bets with Byron, going through that. I can't remember. Oh, I went to, it was his video he was doing with Spencer yesterday, where we were talking about the golf course. So they were talking about the golf course, and I was looking it up while they were streaming. It is an overseed this week. Normally at this event, it's Bermuda, so keep that in mind. This is an overseed like it was last week at Valspar. So you have the Poa Trivialis overseed greens like you had at Valspar. You also have the rest of the course is Poa and ryegrass. Now, I don't have to bore you with the reason they use ryegrass. First of all, well, I'll be quick. It's cheaper. Ryegrass is cheaper. It's easier to maintain. It needs less water. Ryegrass usually is your perfect filler grass. If you guys golf on the tee boxes where you have sand and seed, that's mostly ryegrass. Maintenance will go through tee boxes and stuff like that, you know, in the beginning of the year, and they'll reseed them, or they'll reseed them throughout the year, throughout the season that you're golfing in, to make it the grass that it's supposed to be. But for the short term, ryegrass is used because it's just easier to maintain. That's why they use it. But it isn't a championship level grass unless they were to grow it out. I think it's more of a broadleaf grass, so it's not really what the pros love to play on. I don't even know if it really matters that much, but like the POA is better to putt on. They'll cut it lower. I think that's probably the main thing, is to cut grass lower. I think ryegrass you would need to put a lot of water on, whereas if you're cutting any green shorter, I mean, greens have to be cut short, obviously. You'd use POA, you'd use Bermuda, you'd use bent grass, because those grasses are a lot easier to water, maintain, and regulate at shorter lengths. So we have POA this week, just like we did last week. Now, if you guys are wondering, on the cheat sheet, you're going to have the exact same thing that I had last week. Bermuda's the underlying, it's the dormant grass. Just so you know, it's dormant. You're most likely not going to have any Bermuda grass. Why I included in the cheat sheet, why I'm including it in my model, Bermuda is a southern native grass. The native grass in southern climates. Now, you could do this different ways. You could use any of the sites that you use for data researching, stuff like that. You could use location, you could use region. I don't have that. Instead, I'm using these Bermuda stats because, again, your better golfers on Bermuda are just going to be better golfers in the South. In all honesty, you're really not going to have Bermuda anywhere else except for below the, I forget what the belt line is called when it comes to like geopolitical things. But basically, Ohio and south of Ohio, you're going to have nothing but Bermuda. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. It's probably south of Kentucky that you're going to have nothing but Bermuda grass. So I'm using this more so as a region, as a location statistic. POA is the grass. Now, last week it worked well with Valspar. I'm going to continue using it. And it also worked well at Valspar the year before. So I just feel like this is the best thing to choose when it comes to data research. So you guys can do that. You can also ignore it. Again, if you want to come to the cheat sheet and make a copy, just go up to the file menu and make a copy. You can literally just delete this if you want. It does not matter. You can come in here and just delete it and it's gone. It's up to you. Does not matter to me if you make a copy. If you don't make a copy, you can't edit it or you can't modify it. So just throwing that out there. I think one of the interesting things I saw was this is a warm and dry spring. Florida was a cold and wet spring, so it's interesting how different it is in Texas versus in Florida. Warm and dry. Actually, where's Shot Carden? Shot Carden, are conditions dry where you're from? Like, is the grass brittle? Is it dry? Is it, you know, are the grounds firm? Have you guys had any rain? Shot Carden would know. It's in his backyard. But you can see it says it's great for both the ryegrass and underlying Bermuda grass. Don't look too much into underlying Bermuda grass. It's not that big of a deal. Dormant Bermuda is always going to be a more brittle grass. It's not going to hold up to the characteristics that Bermuda typically is. So there's no point in looking at Bermuda grass just for the grass purposes. Like I said, I'm putting it in the cheat sheet because it's more of a location statistic. That I want to add to my golfers. I want the southern golfers to get a boost that have played well on Bermuda. That's why I included in my cheat sheet. That's the only reason. Again, just want to be transparent with all of that. It's dry, but not as much as usual, Shally Karn says. Okay. So my thought was, okay, here's the other thing too. What did they say this in here? I can't remember. I was reading it. They cut. It must have been a Twitter thing. Well, okay, hold on. So it says the overseed will now provide a much tighter playing surface than the Bermuda grass in 2022. Most people think of this like, ooh, a tighter playing surface. That means it's going to be faster. Not all the time. Not all the time. It really depends on the health of the grass that is on the overseed. Overseed usually doesn't dry out. You would be in trouble on a golf course if you let your overseed dry out. So I don't imagine that's what they're allowing at this golf course. Now maybe the fairways will run out, but I think the greens are going to be receptive. If they're not as dry as it typically is, I imagine these greens, they're not going to play like last week at the Valspar. Valspar was soft. I don't think that's going to be the case this week. I'm just, let's put it this way. I'm dubious. Okay. Everyone else is saying this is going to be playing fast and firm. I don't know if that's true. My knowledge on agronomy, if you didn't already know, I went to school for golf management. Part of that degree, I had to take agronomy classes. Everything that I've ever learned with overseed is it's not going to be a compact ground. Overseed kind of spreads its roots and it softens up the soil. Especially on a golf course like this, a PGA Tour golf course, they're not drying out the golf course. They're going to keep it pristine. They're going to make it playable. And this isn't going to be a US Open condition type golf course. So I'm curious. I just want you all to know, I am curious to see what happens. I don't think it's going to play fast and firm. It could play fast, but I don't think it's going to be firm. Fast and firm are like balls bounding off the green and stuff like that, like a US Open. There's been a lot of talk about how these greens are crowned. That's the word everyone's looking for, but they all talk about this little mounding. They're crowned greens. That's what it's called, crowned greens. I don't necessarily think that's going to play super impactful. Sure, balls that miss the green or are on those edges, they will probably funnel down to wherever the little trenches are. But I'm not too concerned. Honestly, I'm not that concerned. I don't like everything that I've been listening to and other people have been talking about. I just don't think is that relevant, to be honest. Now, that was me kind of going on. I mean, that's me using my degree to talk to you about what I imagine. I don't live in Texas, so I couldn't tell you that. That's why I'm asking Shot Like Harden. But it's just my educated guess. And again, I went to school for it, so that's the only reason I feel inclined to talk about it. Yeah, the rest of this, not all that big of a deal. All right, so if I were to go to the golf course, Memorial Park golf course, it's not super tight and narrow. I think it's going to be more of a bomber's track, like you're going to be able to bomb it just easily. The shot shapes that you see, like I map out the golf course and I try to find the most beneficial shot shape to have on each shot. You have off the tee, you have approach. In no means does this mean, or what you see on the screen, in no way does that mean you need those shot shapes. I just think it is the best scoring opportunity when you have these shot shapes. So this is actually a course that I see more shot shapes than usual that can be applied. But by and large, I should say by and large, fades, hitting a golf ball left to right, looks like it to benefit on 10 shots versus 8 shots. Nope, I have that wrong. It's 8 shots for fades, 5 shots for draws, and 18 shots where it doesn't really matter. So do that as you do with that as you want. I do have in the cheat sheet the shot shapes that I have noticed the golfers hit. Not all of them are updated. There have been more important things that I've been tackling with the database, with this channel, with all that stuff. So I have shot shapes in here for a limited amount of golfers. You can use that for whatever you'd like. Personally, I don't think you should do anything other than use it as a tiebreaker. So if you were like interested in Will Zalatoris, who primarily draws the golf ball, and you're also interested in Scotty, Obviously, Scotty's a higher price tag than Will, and that's probably a good reason to play Will over Scotty. But if there was a tiebreaker decision based off of that, actually, how about this? I'll use Will Zalatoris and Tony Finau. Those two guys, Tony can shape in both directions, but his draws aren't as good as his fades, and Will can shape in both directions, but his fades aren't as good as his draws. So if there was a reason to play one over the other, maybe this is it. Personally, I think you just do whatever you like. Shot shape is nice, but it might be getting a little too into the weeds. Outside of the golf course and mapping, let's talk about the tournament. So this week, like if we go back to previous weeks, you can see there's 132 golfers in the field over the last 3 years that Memorial Park Golf Course has hosted this tournament. It's during a different time of the year. These 3 years, the tournament was hosted in November. This year, it's hosted, well, obviously in March. It's March. So we're going to have 144 golfers, which I should have made the update. I usually do this afterwards. So it's not that big of a deal right now, but this would be 144. So we're going to have a few more golfers than we typically do. That'll make it a little bit more challenging to get 6 to 6 through the cut. Your strength of field this week, 292. It's pretty good. Let me see what it looks versus other years. 237 last year. In 2022, it was 324. So it's like right in the middle of 2022 and 2023. And I don't have the strength of field in 2021. So strength of field's pretty healthy. Average is about 270. So this is just a little north of 270. And obviously it's led by Scotty Scheffler, #1 in the world. Wyndham Clark is #4 in the world. And I think that's all we have for top 10 golfers in the world in the OWGR. So, and quite frankly, that is a very interesting conversation piece. Do you go Scotty or do you go Wyndham when you build your lineups? And what a perfect segue. How about this? Let's do the first roll call. Scotty or Wyndham? Post in the chat. Who are you going to start your lineups with if you had to choose just between those two? Scotty or Wyndham? I will get the giveaway ready. I got to go copy all of these, copy and paste these to the monthly subscription, or not subscription, the monthly giveaway. So you guys see that's all happening. But in the chat, leave, if you had to pick between the two, which golfer would you much rather build your lineups around? Scotty or Wyndham Clark? Scotty Scheffler or Wyndham Clark? This will be roll call #1. This gets you an entry into the giveaway. The weekly giveaway as well as the monthly giveaway. It's just an opportunity to get more entries there. Just by participating in the chat, you'll get one that way. But here's another way to get an additional entry. All right. So AJ Love, he likes Scotty, as do I, man. I like Scotty. Oh, definitely Scotty for Shot Like Harden. Yep, I agree. Mr. Farouk, I love it. You changed the name. I love it. That's so good. Daniel Bold. Joanne being the contrarian. Joanne's been listening to too much Ship It Nation, right? Am I right, Joanne? Not too much. I'm just... Wyndham Clark, actually, there's a good reason to... Wyndham, hard to win 3 in a row. I actually have a really hot take on that. I don't think... I think you guys... First of all, Scotty is not Tiger Woods. But Scotty is by far and away better than anybody else that's on the PGA Tour. By far away, better than anyone else. And I don't even think winning 3 tournaments in a row matters all that much, to be quite honestly. Oh, Joanne says no. Is that just a gut feeling, Joanne? You like Wyndham this much, or is it because of the price tag? All right. I will add more giveaways as they come in. Again, the question was Scotty or Wyndham Clark. This gets you an additional entry into the giveaway. Okay. So, just to finish up the golf course and tournament information, Again, we just went over strength of field. There's 144 golfers in the field where we normally see 132 for this event. And it's going to be top 65 in ties. So, quite frankly, this is going to be like any other week when it comes to building lineups. We do have $13,000 as the top salary, and then it gets into normalcy. And we'll talk about more of that with salaries in the next segment when we talk about pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, which is right now. And this is sponsored by Fantasy Golf Pod. If you haven't been to that channel yet, I highly encourage you guys to go check it out. Chad Eckert, I think, is kind of doing a solo mission for now. He's looking to get 100 subscribers before the Masters, or he might shut down his podcast, which would be sad. But by all, I mean, he's obviously free to do whatever he wants. I think it's a good podcast, Chad. If you're listening, you should keep it and keep plugging away. Just keep plugging away. Anyways, they are the sponsor. They're the ones that are adding $50 to the pool to make it go from a $50 giveaway to a $100 monthly giveaway. So if you want to show them your appreciation, go check out their channel. Okay, we start in 2017 with our pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. And again, if you didn't hear this in the intro, why I like to go over the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, because there might be just a specific salary range or a salary structure when it comes to building lineups that might help you succeed this week. And to be quite honest, Valspar proved to be just that. And I'll go over that. You know what? We'll go over the 7K combo buckets at the end of this segment. I think that's probably the best way to do it. 7K combo buckets were pretty darn good. So we'll do all things salary right here. I'll cover the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, and then we'll go over the 7K combo buckets because it was good. It was good. All right. In 2017, your optimal lineup actually had all golfers in the top 6. Places 1 through 6. And you had a 10K golfer, 8, 8, 8, 7, 6. That is remarkable. Now, if you've been to this channel before, I have always said you want to start with a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 approach, and then make 2 substitutions from there. So how that looks like in this lineup. So we already have a 10, but you can see there's no 9. Well, how about this? We sub 1 9 down to an 8. Let's call that Daniel Berger at $8,800. And then, so we sub our 9 down to an 8, and then we need one more 8. So let's have that be Russell Henley. We also need a 7 and a 6, but we need one more 7. Well, we can sub that up to another 8, and there you have it. You have another 8K golfer in Hudson Swafford, and you can make your 2 substitutions that way. That works out perfectly. And you leave $300 on the table. That makes it really easy to get to. So if you kind of follow that trend, you're at least in 2017, that would have been perfect. It is worth noting too, 2017 and 2018 had really odd price ranges. I can get into that a little bit later. There wasn't a low 6K range. It was just 6.5 and up. So that makes lineup building a little bit different. However, the top 6 golfers were just what I showed you, and nothing's really changed over the years. I actually, doing the price conversion, I'll explain that to you too. So many things that I'm going to talk about here with salaries. It's pretty common. Like, it's been the same salary structure forever when it comes to pricing the lower tier golfers versus the higher tier golfers. It's been pretty consistent. It just looks a little different, but it's still pretty consistent. In 2018, our 10K golfer was Jordan Spieth at 11-1. We had, I'm sorry, I was going to actually move down to Russell Henley, but that wasn't the case. Your optimal lineup left a lot of money on the table. Hard to do. I don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it. Do not leave more than, I would say, $1,000 on the table. I think you are playing with fool's gold trying to do that. That's why I always create a realistic optimal. So your optimal lineup in 2018 left $2,200 on the table. Started with Jordan Spieth at 11-1. Then we had Emiliano Grillo at 82. Then we had 72, 72, 69, 69. Again, 6 golfers, the top 6 golfers. seeing if I could switch up one of these golfers for Stenson. Oh, you could do this. Huh. You could add 2 10K golfers, 2 7s, and 2 6s. That probably would have been pretty close to the optimal lineup as well. Now, I create a realistic optimal following the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 approach, and that's what you have here with Jordan Spieth at 11-1, Russell Henley at 92, $8,500 Emiliano Grillo, only one 7K golfer, and that's fine because we can make up to 2 substitutions, and we have 2 6K golfers. So you could have built a lineup like that in 2018. Again, starting with the 10K golfer. This time around, we had a 9K golfer. I don't know. Can we do that in 2017? I didn't even check. Do we have a 9K golfer anywhere up here? We don't. So there's no point in looking. So we won't look. Doug Craig, I see you as a new subscriber. Welcome in. Thank you. I just got a notification. If you guys heard that little ding, that's what it was. Let's move on to 2020. 2019, I think it changed scheduling from 2018 to 2020. So it technically skipped the 2019 season. I think it went from, yeah. It went from 2018, the Shell Houston Open, I believe that's what it was called. That was right before the Masters. So in 2019, they didn't have a Shell Houston Open because it moved to November of 2019. And technically, that's not a part of the 2019 season. That's part of the 2020 season. So we skip ahead to 2020. And our optimal lineup left over $5,000 on the table. Again, not advisable. I do not recommend it. I think that is fool's gold yet again. Leaving that much money on the table, it's just, I'll just be blatant with it. It's stupid. Don't do it. It's not good. But your optimal lineup had 8K, 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 6K, 6K, 7K. So 3 8s, 1 7, and 2 6s. That made up your optimal lineup. It scored 634. Your GPP winning lineup in the $1 scored 616. So it's only like a 20 point, actually it's less than a 20 point difference. It's an 18 point difference. And what they had in their lineup were the 8K golfers, which if you watch the, by the way, the GPP winning lineup are these golfers that are highlighted in blue. If you watch the Fantasy Golf Pod, you will know that Chad likes to pepper the 8K range. 4 8K golfers in 2022 made up of the $1 GPP winning lineup. Then you had a 7K golfer. Oh my God, never mind. I'm so sorry. This is the most 8K golfers I've ever seen in a lineup to take down a GPP. 5 8K golfers and then 1 7K. I don't even know how I missed this last year. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just threw it completely out of my memory banks. That's insane. I don't recommend it. I don't think you... I'd have to like do the data research or the research. Once I have this website up and running and my reports connected to it, I'll be able to do that. Man, I don't remember ever seeing this before. Now, a more realistic optimal. Oh, by the way, they left $1,100 on the table. That's stupid. Yeah. Well, congratulations winning the $1 GPP. That was in 2020 where we were far less skilled at this. But still, 6 golfers inside the top 13. Really, 5 golfers inside the top 4 and 1 guy that was 13th. I just don't see that ever happening again. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's the craziest lineup I've ever seen. Realistic optimal though, 1 9, 4 8s, and a 7. The first 10K golfer is Cameron Champ. Is he the highest priced guy? If that's the case, like that's the reason why these 10K. Yeah, look at this 10K range. Stenson, which, you know, probably at that time was okay. He hadn't even played an event leading into it, and he was the highest priced guy. I imagine for good reason. DraftKings did that. And there was Cam Champ, who had won at the Safeway. Prior to that, was a nobody. Brian Harmon, a bunch of good finishes, so that makes sense. Daniel Berger, same, that makes sense as well. Scotty Scheffler, by the way, $9,900 in 2020. I think that was his rookie season. It's pretty good. So not a very good 10K range. Mind you, there's no Scotty Scheffler comp up here at all in this 10K range. There's not even a Wyndham Clark comp. So keep that in mind. That I only mentioned those two golfers because they're playing this week. That's the reason I did that. If you're wondering why I said those two names, I'm sure most of you guys understood, but I'm still pointing it out. Yeah, no 10K golfer to even build a lineup around. 2020 is kind of just a throwaway season, in my opinion. Like, I just don't... It's hard to treat the 10K range normal like we typically do. So, anyways, let's move on. 2021, your optimal lineup left $700 on the table. And that consisted of... Let's see, 5 names up here. Where's our 6th guy? Down here. Jesus, Will Gordon. 78.5 points in 38th place. That's nuts. Your optimal lineup here, 11,500, 10,000, 6,000, 7,000, 7,000, and then 6,000 yet again. So just to name that differently, that's 2 10K golfers, 2 7K golfers, and 2 6K golfers. We've already said something similar to that already tonight. Your $1 GPP winning lineup, optimal, by the way, scored 581. GPP winning lineup, 550. So if there's ever a reason to try to hit the optimal lineup, I know we all do, but that gap between the optimal and the GPP winning lineup is so narrow that you're gonna have to be nearly perfect to do that. So your GPP winning lineup had Carlos Ortiz and Dustin Johnson. Funny enough, 2 live golfers. 11, 5, and 6, 7. And then it had $10,300 Tyrrell Hatton, $7,000 Sepp Straka, $6,900 Maverick McNeely, and $7,500 Sam Burns. That equaled $49,900. So only leaving $100 on the table. I don't know why I created a more realistic optimal. I think I just wanted to build a lineup that still did better than the $1, but didn't leave as much money on the table. And that was skipping DJ at 11.5, but still having 2 10K golfers in Matsuyama and Brooks, then having 6, 7, 7, 7. Let's see if we can build a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 lineup though. So I'm gonna do the 6, the 7, the 7, the 9, and the 8. I have enough for DJ. Oh, no. This is $100 over the limit. Oh, I don't like that at all. Do need Taylor Gooch in this one. Trying to see if I can make it work. I think what I can do is just go 7,600. So we skip the 8K range altogether. And that way we have a 10, 9, 7, 7, 7, 6. So it's doable. One thing to note, if I were to put a filter on this, check this out. And we go salaries top to bottom. 2nd place, 5th place, 7th place, 2nd place. Did I say 2nd? I meant 7th. 2nd, 5th, 7th, 2nd. And then Tony Finau finished 24th. That's your 10K. Like, that's comparable to this year's 10K range. DJ at that time was clearly the #1 golfer, or pretty damn close to the #1 golfer. I think he was, but still playing really good. Finau was like, eh. But then you had Brooks, Hatton, and Matsuyama. Like, Brooks and Matsuyama, that makes sense to me. Maybe not so much Hatton. But yeah, I would say that's more of a comp to this year's 10K range. And DJ at that time, that was expensive. 11.5 is expensive. So, interesting. 2022. Optimal lineup left $1,700 on the table. It was the top 5 guys here. 10, 8, 3 6s, and then another 10K golfer. So just to say that differently, 2 10s, an 8, and 3 6s. Leaving $1,700 on the table, not advisable. Not advisable. Your GPP winning lineup had 2 10K golfers in it as well. $8,800 Kokrak, $7,000 Damon, $6,600 Robert Streb, and $7,000 Keith Mitchell. Can we build a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 lineup? We can go 10, 8. Let's use Kevin Tway. We need that 97.5 points. So there's our 6K golfer. 7. How about we use Henley as like our pseudo 9K golfer, since I don't really see another 9. $8,900 is pretty darn close. And we can use here we go. This is $50,000 on the button. I'm actually going to color it in for you guys. That's a 10, 3/8, a 7, and a 6. So I'm not a huge fan of 3/8, but hey, 8K golfers seem to do just well at this event. Actually, let's do one. Let's go a layer deeper. Let's check out what the 10K range looks like. Just to like, okay, yeah, 10K range is pretty good. Not nearly, I wouldn't say as comparable as this year's 10K. Matt Wolf was obviously hot fire in 2022. Still finished 11th. Was in the optimal lineup at 10-4. Scotty Scheffler was in the optimal lineup. Sam Burns, by the way, top price guy. He was coming in hot fire as well. Finished 7th place. That's still pretty good. Not a lot of points though. Like he's 25 points behind Scheffler. Which is kind of, you could see that happening this week with Wyndham and Scheffler. If Wyndham is the cheaper price guy, if he outscores Scotty in any way, it's obviously Wyndham Clark all the way. But yeah, 10K range, performing good once again, performing well once again. Last year, 2023, the optimal lineup left $3,700 on the table. I have to repeat myself. That is not advisable. Don't leave that much money on the table. But it had a 10, 2 6s, an 8, a 7, and a 7. Or just say it differently, 10, 8, 7, 7, 6, 6. Again, not advisable. That's leaving a lot of money on the table. Your GPP winning lineup, you use up all $50,000 of the salary. And that consisted of a 10K golfer in Tony Finau, $7,600 Alex Smalley. Where did he go? He's been garbage this year. $8,100 Keith Mitchell, $9,000 Joel Damon, $7,100 Steven Yeager, and $7,800 Patrick Rogers. Let's see. I see a 10-9-8, 7-7-7 build, and that also is pretty common. So your optimal scored 584, the GPP scored 525, so that's the biggest gap that I've seen between the optimal and GPP. And then I built a realistic that scored 527.5, which is still beating the $5 GPP, but it's not super great. I wonder if this actually followed the SweetSpot optimal rules. I wonder. That was a 10, 11, 7, 7, 7, 6. So maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Couldn't tell you. So that covers the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. Now I want to break it down just a little bit further, go into the buckets, this like the actual engine behind all of this salary analysis. I want you to pay attention to this matrix right here, this table. These are top 10 finishes for salary groups. So of all the top 10 finishers every single year, I do a count. How many golfers in the 10K range finish inside the top 10? How many finish inside the top, how many 9K golfers finish inside the top 10? How many 8K golfers finish inside the top 10? So on and so forth. As you can see, all but 2020, where we didn't have a really good 10K range, we had at least one inside the top 10. And if you want to go a little bit further, I even have a top 5 salary table. These are all golfers who finished inside the top 5. So that first one would read how many 10K golfers finished inside the top 5. Outside of 2020, you had at least one 10K golfer inside the top 5. You've had at least one 10K golfer inside the top 10. If I were to scroll down to the optimal lineup, it's a little bit different. So I also track optimal lineups down here. We've had 3 years where there have been 0 10K golfers in the optimal lineup. But again, some of those optimal lineups left a lot of money on the table. So this is a bit misleading. And I'd have to recreate, I'd have to create a new matrix down here that would say realistic optimal lineups, because I think we had 10K golfers in all of those. It doesn't really matter. I'm looking at top 10s. I want a for sure thing. I want to feel comfortable playing a 10K golfer or just really any salary. And 10K just seems like the safest. 9K golfers, check this out. You see some here in the top 10s. 0 9K golfers. 0 inside the top 5. Now, hey, hold on, just wait. If we go down to the optimal lineups, Oh God, we had 0 too. I thought I saw at least 1 or 2. 0 9K golfers in the optimal lineup. That's insane. That's nuts. That's nuts. That's crazy. 8K golfers, a little bit different story, but you can see inside the top 5, outside 2020, again, the weird year, but outside of 2020, we've had at least 1 almost every single year. This is just as good as the 10K range when it comes, when you think about it. You know, like, basically, yeah, 83% frequency rate of being of having a top 5 golfer from these salary ranges. It's pretty darn good. 7K range. This is going to be different. Remember, I was going to bring up the 7K range. Let's talk about it right now. On the cheat sheet, if you go down to the price conversion, let me zoom in so you guys can see this. I created a new 7K range. Okay? I had to. Why did I have to? Because if you scroll down and you look at these salary totals, you see every single year, 2018, 2017, those were weird years. Remember me saying like we didn't have salaries below 6.5? That was essentially 2018, 2017. Every single tournament that I go over this, we've seen somewhere between 30 to 40 golfers in the 7K range every single year. DraftKings just decided to be stupid and cut down the 7K range to like 10 golfers or 15 golfers. So what I did instead was I converted this. So if you see this, this is the actual 7K range right here. I'll highlight this just for the time being, just so you guys can see. That's your 7K range. That's 17 golfers. We normally see 35. We normally see 35. Again, I'll go back to that sheet that I had. Again, these are your normal bucket totals for 7K range. We normally see 35. So that's what I wanted to create. I wanted to create somewhere around 34. So that's kind of what I did. I think this might be off. Here, let me double check something really quick. I don't want to confuse you guys with that. 63, 57 to 63. Is that right? We only have, oh no, I should have 35 in there. So that was what, 63, 57, 63? There you go. Yep. And then this will be less than 57. There you go. Much better. That's how it should read. So if you go back to that price conversion thing or page on the cheat sheet, that's what I have in here. We have, this is your new 7K range, by the way. I know it's confusing. I know it's confusing. I need to put on a new playlist. Let's do this one. Okay. I know it's a little bit confusing. These black bars, actually I should put something off to the side letting you know it's a 7K range or you know, one or the other. I'm gonna have to do this. I'll do this at some other time. I will make that update for you. It'll just be like a little sidebar telling you 10K, 9K, so on and so forth. But basically, this is your 10K range or tier 1, 9K range tier 2, 8K range tier 3, and then this is the new 7K range. It spans from 6'4 to 7'6, and this is 33 golfers. I don't know why it says 34. Oh, well, I was thinking, is CT Pan still in my field? I should have picked him out. Thought I did. Oh well, I'm not gonna get too caught up in there just being one off. So anyways, sorry for that. That was a bit of a distraction. Again, 33 7K golfers. Here's what DraftKings has done forever. I just noticed this. You start from the bottom. When you start at the bottom, you will have a particular amount of flat 6Ks. Normally, you will see like 12. And then in 6100, you will see 11. And then 62, you will see 10. 63, you'll see 9. 64, you'll see 8. And it goes up from there. It tiers all the way up. It starts bottom level and it tiers up. This is 144 golfers in the field this week. I'm sure they do it just slightly different for 132, but I think they start at the bottom and they tier it all the way up. And it even goes all the way up to your 7K range. Normally you won't see more than two $7,900 golfers, 278. Sometimes you only see 179, 278s, 277s, you know, so on and so forth. I obviously included a couple, you know, a few more with 7K range. Your bottom 7Ks, you'll have like 4 or 5 or even 6 flat 7s, and then same. So I basically copied that same version that DraftKings has been doing forever. The base, like I mentioned all this, 1, to be transparent, 2, to also let you know what, we have 5K golfers this week, right? You don't have to look at them differently than what you normally would. They're still the bottom tier golfers. And when it comes to building lineups, we can still follow the same criteria we've had every single year because they tier it like I just said. They start from the bottom. You'll have basically the same set of numbers. Remember in 2023 to 2021, we had 132 golfers in the field. So there's 12 less golfers. So just imagine adding 12 to this number. That's basically it, because they're going to be the bottom end guys anyways. So 42 turns into 54. That's basically what you have this week. And then everything else stays the same. Everything else is basically the same. So I wanted to provide that for you, for all of you, so you don't make your eyes go cross by selecting multiple 6K golfers. You know, like Sam Ryder, I like this week a lot. He's $6,900, but in a normal salary week, he'd be 74. So a lot of you I know will look at like the salaries and go, oh my God, I'm going to put 3 6K golfers in my lineup. Nah, that's not how I look at it. You have Sam Ryder, 69. That's typically like 74. You could also then put Ben Silverman in your lineup, who normally would be $7,100, but you got 69, 65. And then you grab someone down here. You know, even if okay, Hayden Springer, another great choice. I'd normally look at him as a $6,600 golfer. He's 59. And then you can come down here, and how about Patton Kizzire? Always plays well in Texas, right? Always plays well in Texas. What do we have? We got a $5,400 golfer, a $5,900 golfer, 69, 65. So let's see, what do we have left over? Gotta find all my guys. So if I add this all up, that's $24,700. If I were to add Scotty to this, I still have room. Yeah, this doesn't even fill out $50,000 of the salary. This is $58,600. And normally what this would be two 10K golfers, 2 7K golfers. Actually, yeah, 2 7K, 1 high 6, and 1 low 6. Now, I don't really recommend doing something like that, but you certainly could. How about we skip this 7K golfer and instead, how would we have to do this? We do this, and then what do I have? I have $7,900 left. So really, I guess if I were to put Ben Griffin in my lineup, that's $49,700. That's starting with Scotty and Wyndham, which I can't remember if they're playing together, but that's not a bad lineup. I think they are playing together. So that kind of defeats the that defeats the purpose. But hey, remember the 8K range is very popular. I could throw in Patrick Rogers, skip Wyndham down to 5th. That's $50,000 of the salary. Using 2 10K golfers, an 8K, a 6, a 5, and a 5. And how that would normally look would be 2 10s, an 8, 1 7, and 2 6s. Now, that is convoluted. It's messy. I get it. I understand. If you don't care for all that, I have it all built in right here. The 10K range, I call it sub 7K, but then you have your 6K and your 5K, and it all follows the ranges that I just did. And that's how we'll be building lineups this week too, by the way, or tonight, is that exact same way. So this is on the cheat sheet. You can find a link in the description if you want to see this price conversion. I have to do it that way. Otherwise, going through the buckets makes no sense. I need similar similar numbers in each of these tiers. And quite frankly, I don't have to call this the 10K range, the 9K range, 8, 7, 6, 5. I literally can call it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6. And that's what I will be doing in the future. Because I'm not playing these games that DraftKings is doing. I just don't care. You're still going to get the same counts that finish inside the top 10 if you tier it out that way. And if that's the case, like then we just have a leg up, right? When it comes to like looking how salaries, by the way, are just rankings. They're rankings. They're based off of OWGR. They're based off of course history. They're based off of recent form. They're based off of everything that DraftKings puts in their algorithm. And by the way, their algorithm is super consistent. Normally, when we rank our golfers out, it matches the salaries. Some of them are a little bit different, but most of them stay about the same. So to me, I don't think there's anything really that weird other than just seeing 5K price tags next to old 6K golfers. It's just stupid to me. Just keep it as is. But we're gonna prevail. We're gonna continue on doing the same analysis that we typically do. Okay. Let's transition into the 7K combo buckets because that just makes sense. Let's first review the Valspar, and then we're gonna look into the Texas Children's Open. And again, this is the 7K combo buckets. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm doing with this has started since the American Express tournament. And basically what I am doing, I am putting all of the combinations of golfers. Basically, I'm only looking at the top end 7K golfers. So last year we had Adam Schenk and Webb Simpson and Nick Taylor. Those three golfers all fit my criteria of looking at those golfers. And then I have, 5 golfers with Brian Harmon down to Thigala. We only had 2 the year prior to that. Or I'm sorry, 3. And then we had 3 again the year before that. I can't tell you what these actual years are, but it dates back to 2017 for 7K ranges. I am looking at their course history numbers, their last year numbers, their recent form, and their last week numbers. And I'm putting them all in the different combo buckets. So here you can see course history last year, course history recent form, course history last week. And basically what I'm doing is I'm doing a count. How many times do we see this? And this is like your top end scores. This is what you'll need to have in your winning lineups if you want GPP winning lineups. So I then rank or basically sort them based off of their totals of basically it's just the counts that go into these combos right here. You see them up here. Course history last year, course history recent form, course history last week, so on and so forth. All of those combos, this is the count numbers that go with them. And the ones that add up to the most are the ones on top. Now, I have this highlighted because this is what we talked about last week. I had said in this range right here, I cut it off here. I said you want 1, but no more than 2 golfers from this group. If you don't believe me, go watch the video. I marked that last video, the Valspar. You can go to the 7K combo buckets. You'll hear me say this exact same thing. And then you'll also hear me say, if you liked Billy Horschel, don't play him with Brendan Todd, Chesson Hadley, Bud Cauley, just those 3 golfers, since they're the only ones that I highlighted. And the main reason was they all had very similar buckets. They all had this, you see this like pink, the course history buckets, they're all the same. You just want one of those guys. Like I've seen this too many times. You don't want to play multiple of these golfers. So if it was Billy Ho, here's why I mentioned that. If your pick was Billy Ho, you guessed right. And if I told you don't pair him up with Brendan Todd, Chesson Hadley, or Bud Cauley, you want to know what you avoided? Missed cut golfers or irrelevant ones. Now Brendan Todd was playing pretty well. He was leading this tournament for a while. But it just works out. I had said if you were to play Billy Horschel, you'd want to play him with basically Davis Thompson, Taylor Montgomery, Thomas Dietrich, or Alexander Bjork, because they're not the same stat profiles as Billy Horschel. Now Dietrich would have been the only one that would have worked, but neither one of these guys were in the optimal lineup. Mac Hughes was, and I had told you only want to play 1 golfer in this bucket. Now, that was wrong. You probably wanted to play 2 golfers, but only one was in the optimal lineup, and that was Mackenzie Hughes. And then down here I said play 0 to 1. My thing was you want to play 0 to 1 golfers from this. And I couldn't tell you which one was the best one. I really liked Adam Schenk and Sam Ryder. Those were the 2 guys that I liked. They both finished 33rd. Akshay, by the way, he was in a lineup that won me some money, some good money. Like I went from losing $90 to winning $70 because of Akshay Bhatia. Not just because of him, but he was in the lineup that helped me win. So this is your 7K combo. It's very simple rules. For the guys that I've highlighted in red at the top, you want anywhere between 1 to 2 golfers. Here in the middle, 0 to 1, and here at the bottom, 0 to 1. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Texas Children's Open, the 7K combo bucket here as well. Oh shoot, Zen Runner, what's going? That's awesome. Appreciate the white tier. Okay, thank you very much for becoming a white tier member. I actually have. All right, we're gonna talk about the 7K combo buckets when it comes to the Texas Children's Open, but you just reminded me of something that I want to share with everyone. This website that I'm building. I want to integrate, and there's no easy way in doing this other than I can actually there's no way to integrate this except for on my end. I can manually do this. If you were to become a white tier or above member, you will get whatever the amount of money that you paid off of a monthly or a like whatever membership, a monthly membership. That's what you would get off. So I think the white tier is $4.99. Let me double check something really quick. Membership account. I think this is right. Let me double check. Yep, cool. Look at this. So this is what I currently have on the site. I can scroll in a little bit. Current membership levels. This is what my idea is right now. We got a weekly, monthly, yearly, founding member. So I'm giving you guys early access to see this. This is what I intend to provide. Weekly, 4 weeks at $4.99 equals $19.96 per month. For YouTube to integrate this, basically if you become a white tier member, I am going to create a members only video. So if you look at the tier level subscriptions, every month I'm going to give you a promo code that when you sign up for monthly or whatever, you can use that. So that's what's going to be provided in this. Man, dude, I worked on this so much this weekend. Yeah. Founding member, by the way, that is going to be limited. I'm only going to give it to maybe the top 20 or 25 people. Basically, founding member is just going to be like, hey, you support me, you want lifetime access, and I'm going to provide it to you for this. And I'm not going away anywhere. You've seen how long I've been doing this on YouTube since 2019. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm just going to continue to build on this website. And Thursday, if you want to see more about this on Thursday, I will certainly show it to you guys. But yes, this is current membership levels. White tier, like I said, that's $4.99 a month. I'm going to take that off of this. If you become a $9.99, I think that's the black tier member, I will give you this off. I don't know if you were to become the black, the championship tier member. I think, yeah, I'd give it to you for free. you'd have monthly access for free as long as you were a champion tier member on the YouTubes. You would just get free access. So I want to integrate it because it doesn't make sense if I have one over the other, and I can't do it the opposite way. So I can't go from, you know, the website to YouTube. I can only go from YouTube to the website. So yeah, pretty exciting, huh? I'm super proud of it so far. I have learned how to build a website on my own, having to figure out how to do all that stuff. It's nuts, dude. It's nuts. So, all right, going back again, Zen Runner, thank you so much. Appreciate, and everyone else that has badges next to their names, man, the support is awesome. I love that. I would like to also say I would love to give out memberships, but I can't. I used all my monthly giveaways that I can on the YouTubes, and I found out it goes to random people, which is fair, but sucks at the same time because we saw like 6 people last week, just random people get memberships to the channel, and we have no idea who they are. No idea whatsoever. Actually, I think maybe 1 or 2 we knew, but some of them we had no idea. Okay, that's enough with the membership stuff. Moving on to this week. We have yet to really like go into the buckets, really to go into anything else. But when it comes to the 7K range for the Texas Children's Houston Open, when we use the 7K combo buckets, I couldn't decide. Do I split it off at Mark Hubbard or do I split it off at Ben Silverman? Now, for those that are just coming into the channel, Q-Dog, what's going on? Nice to see you in the channel. I haven't seen you before. At least I don't think I have. Is there anybody else new? I haven't really been paying attention to chat. I'll go back and read these, honestly. I've been seeing the chat go up and down. But you're going to see new people that are coming in the channel. I'm calling this the 7K combo buckets. You're going to see some 6K golfers here. I just discussed it maybe 10 minutes ago when I was going over the price conversion on the cheat sheet. I'm not falling into DK's methods. I am tiering out the salaries based off of how many golfers are in the field and based off of their old criteria. So some of these 6K golfers, they're actually really 7K golfers. And going over the 7K combo buckets, I couldn't decide where to split it off. Do I split it off at 14 or do I split it off at 13? I think we do 13. I think it goes down to here. And basically all I would say is the same thing. Choose 1 to 2 golfers, 1 to 2. But definitely want one of these guys. Put them in your anchors for your lineups. You have Thomas Dietrich, Ben Griffin, Joseph Bramlett, Ryan Moore, Mark Hubbard, Akshay Bhatia, Victor Perez, Robert McIntyre, and Ben Silverman. These guys here, I think you need to play somewhere between 1 to 2. Now here's the kicker. You see Ben Griffin and Joseph Bramlett? You see how they fall under these same combo buckets the last year and last week? Don't pair these guys up together. Just don't do it. It's going to be rare as it is for those 2 guys to be in an optimal lineup together. I don't even think you're going to see those guys inside the top 10 together, but I think one of them might. I think one of these guys has a really good opportunity in finishing inside the top 10. GD Knight, that's your burner account. I love it. All right, good night. Nice to see you here as well. Okay, so I don't know which golfer you guys like. I mean, there's a good reason to maybe play Victor Perez this week, just because he's a he's a bomber. But anyone, honestly, anyone. Could play anyone here. Likewise, 0 to 1 of these guys down here. Now, I could have really gone like to here, because 3 isn't that far off of 2 and 1. But normally what we see every single week is like the bottom end guy is, so you see all these 2s, you see how they're all tied for the bottom? Akshay Bhatia was the only guy. And I kid you not, I see this more often than not. So these 1s here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of these guys that's going to be inside the top 10 or inside the top 20, put it that way. That might give you your best chance at winning a GPP or hitting the optimal lineup. which is really interesting because I don't like any of them. Pendrith, maybe I like Pendrith more. If you know anything about me, I absolutely hate this range right here. This number that I just colored black, I'll go backwards. Anybody that's in this bucket, I think is just like dead. Same applies for this bucket. For the last, like these two buckets here. Anything that's in that light red color, that's like a death bucket. Very rare do the 60th to 80th place finishers play well the next week, which would leave us to Svensson, which I'm not super comfortable with. Now, if you're wondering like, well, what about these average buckets, the course history and the recent form? Nah, it doesn't work the same. Those are actually okay buckets to play from. Just bad course history. You really, I think the last year and last week buckets are the ones you want to look at. I love Karl Yuan, by the way. I think he's really the one guy I want to play this week. But if you're a firm believer in playing the very bottom end of the 7K combo buckets, which we've seen week in and week out inside, like have this green number, which is a top 20 finish, then by all means, Svensson, Pendrith, or Sam Stevens. Which I actually don't mind Sam Stevens. I'll tell you this, these two buckets here, I hate, but at the same time, I'm not going to be afraid of them. Like, I'll still play some of those guys. I just don't know what it'll be. So just go over this really quick. Play 1 to 2 of these guys. 1 to 2. 0 to 1 of these guys. And then 0 to 1 of these guys. So at most, you'd play 4 technically, but I wouldn't even play 4. I'd play 3. And I think I even have that in the optimizer. I think it's written under the 7K range. Yeah, don't play more than 3 7K golfers. So there you go. Those are the most complicated rules possible. Don't play more than 3 7K golfers. So of all the golfers that are on the screen, you're going to choose 1 to 2 guys from here, 0 to 1 guys from here, maybe 0 to 2. You could play 0 to 2 from here, and then 0 to 1 from here. Now your maxes that I just listed out, it's going to be more than 3, but you got to choose 3, and one of them has to be up here. Look at this. I'm highlighting 9 golfers that you need to pick 1. Those are good odds. It's 11%. 11% to find the right golfer. So that's what I recommend. I'm going to bring this off to the side so we can reference at a different time. I'm going to close down that other one, the Valspar one. How about this? Let's review the Valspar. This is like one of the longest like intros before building lineups possible. You know what? Let's cut it up right here. Let's do, hey, hold on. Time out. Here's a perfect segue to roll call number 2. Roll call number 2 out of these guys right here. I'll name them off for you. I'll even zoom in for you guys so you guys can see it better. Of these guys right here, which golfer are you going to play? This is for roll call number 2. Roll call number 2 out of the golfers that are right here. And if you didn't know what roll call is, it's just getting yourself an additional entry into the giveaway. That's only available to you here on the live version of the video. Roll call number 2. Which of these 7K golfers do you want to play this week? I'll give you guys a little bit of time while I take a little hydration break. Okay. So if you're just coming to the channel, just because I'm going to close this down, or I'm going to close the sheet that you see on the screen. I'm asking you for roll call number 2. Choose one of these guys that you want to play. That'll get you an entry into, it's going to be roll call number 2. This is just an additional entry into the giveaways that I do every single week and every month. So AJ Love is going with Ben Griffin. So too is Joanne. It looks like most of the chat is going with Ben Griffin. And I don't blame you guys. I like Ben Griffin too. Oh, Big Mac is what 8 Game says. Q Dog, I'm just gonna call you GD Knight. That's how we all know you, so I think that's what it is. I don't remember. I think that's what it is. Shot like Harden. I really like 4 guys there. I'll go with my boy Akshay. Okay. John Bizzle. Was that Taylor Moore? Yeah, I actually don't mind Taylor Moore this week either. I don't know why, but every time I play Akshay, he doesn't play well. You know, one thing I do like about... so Akshay is a PGA Tour winner. Right? He won... I forget which... Was it Corrales? Puerto Rico? I don't remember which one he won. Could it even be... Sanderson. I don't remember which one it was. He already has a pedigree of a winner. He played really well last week in the wind. He's not short by any means, like for length. I think Akshay is a pretty good choice. Okay. I think that's everybody that just gave me the roll call. If you come in here a little bit later, you can certainly go ahead and put down your players. By all means, do so. But let's move on. Let's move on. Let's review the Valspar really quickly. And then we're getting into the buckets and then the Marquee Tee Times to really figure out how to narrow down our player pools, because that's what it's all about. Narrowing down our player pools to hopefully take down the optimal lineup. So I like to come to the summary page and let's do this really quick. Min max. This is our minimum projection, maximum projection for each of the buckets here. So if you've never seen this before, we'll be talking about the bucket system like very, very soon. So in this column, we have our minimum. In this, we have our maximum. These are projections of what I think, how many golfers I think will finish inside the top 10 for each of these buckets. So 0 to 2 is what this projection is. And the reason why is there needs to be a 2-point gap between the max and the min, and because the max isn't over 2, when we round up with this number, it goes to 2. That means the minimum is 0. So when we look, top 10, we only had 1 golfer from that bucket inside the top 10. 0 were in the optimal lineup, and 0 were in the sweet spot optimal. So not only does it hit the 0 number, but it also hits 1 golfer to be inside the top 10. There were 12 golfers in that bucket. This is, I mean, like, I love the bucket system because how frequently do we have the correct projections? And so I do that for every one of these buckets. Remember, 0 to 2. Well, there were 0. How about this bucket right here? There were 0 to 2 last year 5s projected. There were 3 inside the top 10, but guess what? Only 1. See this number right here? Only 1 was in the optimal. 2 were in the sweet spot optimal. That makes this bucket successful because we're chasing the optimal lineup. And we can go throughout all the other buckets. Now, we have a couple failed ones down here, and guess what? They were salary ranges. Salary range buckets. We never really talk about salary ranges when it comes to the projections, but we had 0 7K golfers inside the top 10, 0 in the optimal lineup. I actually didn't even say you wanted to select a 7K golfer, despite going over that. Like if I think I just closed down the Valspar, right? The 7K combo buckets. I think what I might have done is I might not have updated that one correctly, because Mac Hughes was in the optimal lineup. But Mac Hughes, I think, was $6,500. So I am wondering, let me double check something really quick. Yep. Okay. I got to update it right here. I totally forgot that. Okay, hold on. Let me do this really quick. I want to figure out if it actually hit. I think it was 10-1. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Actually, let me look at the buckets really quick. So this one was 10-2, greater than or equal to 10-2, and then it was greater than or equal to 89, less than 10-2. So it'd be greater than 88. Greater than 88. This will be less than 10-2. And then what do we got to do for the next range? 7,800 to 89, or greater than 77, less than 89. And then the 7K range was, oh, it's 78. I got, oh, no, okay. Greater than 63, less than 78. 63, 78. 63, 78. And then there's 2. Yep, of course. So we know this would be 64. And I believe it was 55. I can double check that one. Nope. Greater than 57. And then this one is less than 57. Or less than 58. So there you have it. One bucket. Now that I updated all the salaries, I'm sorry that I didn't even think about doing that. Again, with the stupid DraftKings updates with salaries, I totally forgot that's what we needed to do. So one bucket out of all of them failed. And that's only going by top 10s and optimal lineups. You can see there's 3 lower 6K, which is really the 5K range. But there's still only 2 in the sweet spot optimal. So let's just move on to that portion. Your optimal lineup left $5,900 on the table. That's because it was nothing but 5Ks and 6Ks that were inside the top 5. So let's just skip the optimal lineup. By the way, scored 601.5. I'm not even talking about the golfers. Who cares? You're not leaving $5,900 on the table. Your GPP winning lineup scored 526.5. Optimal 601. Sweet spot optimal 558.5. 558 is greater than 526. Your sweet spot optimal used 49,400 of the salary. You can see what your GPP winning lineup is. Golfers here highlighted in blue. Your sweet spot optimals are those highlighted in green. And the sweet spot optimal follows the sweet spot process 100% of the way. So I'm not going to talk about the golfers. It follows the bucket system, and it also follows the Marquee Tee Times, which is obviously what we'll be talking about here very, very shortly. So if I sort by the Marquee Tee Times last week, remember, you want to select 2 to 4 golfers to build your lineups around. From the Marquee Tee Times, there are 9 Marquee Tee Times. There's always 9. There'll always be 9 for as long as I continue to do this, because we found the trend that comes with it. You want 2 to 4 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times, and you don't want to play any of them together. So, as you can tell, Xander Schauffele last week, 11,200, the most expensive guy on the board, the most owned guy on the board, 35% nearly. He was in the optimal lineup. He was also in the GPP winning lineup. You can see these, they're not paired up together. None of these golfers that I'm going to talk about are paired up together. They're also highlighted. There's Xander. He was in group 2 with Brian Harman and Taylor Moore. Taylor Moore played really well, but it was Xander who came out ahead. I don't even care if he backdoored his top 5. He's that caliber of golfer. Like, if you just faded him just because he was a high owned, I mean, that's your prerogative. but he's obviously one of the better golfers in the field. I think he was the best, number one in my model. I played, what, 70% of them, and I turned $110 into $180. So, mostly because I played Xander. And then you had Cam Young, who was the other guy. I didn't have a lot of Xander Cam Young lineups. I should have. I just didn't like Cam Young that much. He's the only one, I think, that got that all rounds under 70 bonus. Scored 107 points. It's really good. He was in the GPP winning lineup. Both of these guys, Xander and Cam Young, they're in all three: the GPP winning lineup, the optimal lineup, and the Sweet Spot optimal. And you scroll down here, and we have Keith Mitchell in this group with Davis Thompson and Zach Blair. He was in the GPP winning lineup. I only mentioned that because it's worth mentioning. And Peter Malnati, by the way, Peter Cotton Eater Malnati, he won the tournament and was also in in a Marquee Tee Time. How crazy is that? A Marquee Tee Time. Peter Malnati finishes first in Group 9 with Minwoo and Doug Gim. Here's another thing I gotta mention. If you wanted to pivot from Doug Gim last week, perhaps look at the Marquee Tee Times and select someone else in the group. You had a 50-50 on it either being Peter Malnati or Minwoo Lee. If you had no bias as to whether or not you wanted to play a guy in a bucket hat with a yellow golf ball over the cook, Minwoo Lee, maybe this is the reason. Maybe this was the reason. So, your Marquee Tee Times. There you go. Your three golfers in the Sweet Spot Optimal were also in the Marquee Tee Times. They follow the Sweet Spot rules, and they kick the GPP winners' butt. Not quite the optimal lineup. So, with that being said, let's move on. Let's move on to the Texas Children's Houston Open, and we're going to talk about the bucket system. It took a while for us to get here, but we're here. We're going to hide some of this so we can see some other columns. There we go. You want to follow along with me again, there's a cheat sheet there's a link for the cheat sheet in the description below. You can use that cheat sheet, go to the bucket system page, and follow along with me while I go over this. Again, go to your cheat sheet, go to the bucket system. You can see it here. You can put the filter, same filter that I'm going to put on mine. So, I don't want to talk about every single bucket, but just to remind you from the review, how to read this is you're going to take every one of these columns or rows, each one of these stat categories. Last year, 1. You see how that reads? This is your stat. Last year, 1. These are golfers who finished inside this range, 1st to 20th. So that's basically how we're identifying this. And if you want to figure out which of these golfers fall under that bucket, all you have to do, I'll use the cheat sheet for this. Go to the dream sheet portion, put a filter on this, and basically find your columns that I'm talking about right here. You can see all of the buckets are right here. And salaries, by the way, you can just use the salaries over there. So if you want to look at all of the last year 1 buckets, all you got to do is clear the filters and just put last year 1. Here are all your last year 1 golfers. So when I go back to my sheet, back to the bucket system, and we're looking at this stat, last year 1, we're focusing on this min projection, max projection, these 2 columns. This currently reads, remember, we round down in the min, 2.01 rounds down to 2. Max projection, 3.35 rounds up to 4. So really this technically says 2 to 4 is what we're projecting to be inside the top 10. But then I also include the Sweet Spot ranks, the Sweet Spot score. And for this max projection over here, or what I have on my sheet, it says 2.85. So this actually rounds down to 2. Or I mean, I'm sorry, this is a max projection. This rounds up to 3. So this is a max projection, rounds up to 3. I always want a 2-point buffer between the two, between the min and the max. So this, or this column, is just going to push down the minimum to 1. So instead of this saying 2.01, I'm just counting this as a 1, and I'm counting this as a 4. And if that just goes over your head, we can use the optimizer because I have it written in here. Last year 1, 1 to 4. That's how I have it written. I have all of the bucket ranges all in the optimizer. So the optimizer will follow the Sweet Spot rules 100%. So if you want to follow along with me, all I want to do, I want to give you that piece of advice or that piece of information. So when you look at the bucket system as a whole, you can see the actual projections for each of these buckets and then find those golfers on the cheat sheet that fall into these buckets and then choose your golfers that way. But I'm going to talk about the anchor buckets, which is really just going into this column here, the max projection, going into that filter, filtering by condition, going greater than or equal to 2. Greater than or equal to 2. That limits down the buckets already. Remember, we're looking for the anchor buckets. And then the only other thing that I like to do is go to this column here that says bucket totals. And I want to go into this year's, because I don't want to look at buckets that have a ton of golfers in it. And you can do this one of 2 ways. You can either clear all of the values and just select the ones you want to look at, or you can filter by condition, and basically what I like to do is go less than or equal to usually 25, but we'll go 30. There are only 3 buckets to talk about. And we aren't going to talk about salaries, but it's saying we want to select a 10K golfer. Last year 1 and last year 2. Or last year 1 and recent form 2. I'll remember that. I'm going to clear this out because I want to remind you guys, technically these are your anchor buckets. All of these right here. But for interest in time, I'm not going to talk about every single one. We're just looking at last year 1s and recent form 2s. So I'm going to go ahead and put a filter on my spreadsheet. And I am only going to look at last year 1s. So when it comes to this bucket, if I'm looking at the projection, which is 1 to 4, we want to select somewhere between 1 to 4 golfers. Now, if you're worried that you can't play a Scotty and Wyndham Clark lineup, you are wrong. You certainly can. My favorite combo is Scotty Scheffler and Jason Day. I also like Alex Noren, by the way. This is in my dummy lineup. I built the dummy lineup without even looking at the bucket system. Scotty, I knew I wanted Jason Day in my lineup, and then Alex Noren. So that's how I feel about this. If you want to be contrarian, maybe Wyndham Clark is your guy, maybe Tony Finau. I don't think I'm going to play a single lineup with Tony Finau in it. I don't know why. Like, man, that whole putting thing where he had that toe up in the air, he's changed that. You've heard that throughout the industry. It's true. He has moved that toe closer to the ground, but he still sucks at putting. And he's trying to pop stroke it like Brandt Snedeker. It looks terrible. It looks dumb. I don't trust it. And if you can't make putts, you're not winning tournaments. So, yeah, I don't think I can do Tony. But anyways, here are the rest of the guys that you can choose from. There's your guy, Ben Griffin. Those are 7K golfer that you guys were all talking about. And then the only other anchor bucket to talk about, by the way, if you're following along with me, make sure there are no active filters. I wonder, can you clear filters from here? No. Okay. Talk about recent form 2 golfers. I already see one interesting name, Wyndham Clark. So Wyndham Clark is not only in the last year 1 bucket, but he's also in the recent form 2 bucket. And then we have Will Zalatoris up there. Look at that. J Day, Alex Noren. Do we have our boy Ben Griffin up here? We do not. Bummer. But this bucket has it as it reads. We want 1 to 3 from this bucket as well. So maybe it's Wyndham Clark for you guys. For me, I think it's Jason Day and Alex Noren. And then maybe someone else. I really like Hayden Springer too. But yeah, those are your anchor buckets. These are all the golfers that are in the anchor buckets. All right, last piece to talk about before we start building lineups. And it will be roll call number 3, but just wait for it. Don't say it yet. We're going to build some lineups. I'm glad most of you guys waited and not put your combos in there. I'm going to sort this by salary first and then group rank second. So you can follow along with me on the cheat sheet. You can do the same thing. This is in your cheat sheet. I'm going to highlight these by every 3 golfers because those are how many golfers are in each group? 3 golfers. So these are top 9 groups based off the SweetSpot score this week. I add up their SweetSpot ranks, and then from there, I rank order them. Best group in the field versus, you know, the worst group. But not so much versus. It's rank ordered by the SweetSpot rank. Group 1. Wyndham Clark, Tony Finau, Siwoo Kim. I don't like any of them. And quite frankly, if we look at the Valspar, same thing. I mean, you had Sam Burns, JT, and Sungjae in Group 1. And then my favorite guy last week was Xander Schauffele. He was in Group 2. This week is the exact same thing. I don't know if that's going to be an omen for me or not, but I don't care for Wyndham. I don't care for Finau, and I don't care for Siwoo. I would much rather play Scotty Scheffler or Will Zalatoris. By the way, I am not touching Peter Malnati. That's a throwaway. This makes selecting like golfers from the Marquee Tee Times so much easier. No, thank you. Oh yeah, by the way, I know some podcasts say the most important thing to talk about is weather. That's also another thing to mention in all of this. I will not. I am now, well, I shouldn't say nothing is definitive in this process. I am almost married to this idea now. I am not going to play a scrub in the AM PM wave. So just to show you what that looks like, I'm going to bring up the optimizer. I'm going to scroll up so you guys can see the AM PM stuff. Anybody from say $6,500 and down, anyone that's in the AM wave Thursday, I'm not playing. And you can see on my optimizer, this is my copy of the optimizer. You see all these 0%? I've already marked these guys down. I do not want to play. I think I'm married to this idea. And I think the first time I ever heard about it was probably from Degenerates podcast. And I was like, you know what? That's a really good idea. I said this last week during the Valspar. I do not want to sweat out one of these stupid scrubs making the cut. I just don't want to. Like, I don't want it to come down. I don't know how many times it's happened to me where I'm sitting there waiting, watching, and going, oh, come on, Chandler Phillips. It's just, he did well last week. How about Alexander Toasty? I see he's in the AM wave. Come on, Toasty. I just need you to make a birdie in the last 3 holes to make the cut. Please, please, please. Par. 5-footer on the last for birdie, misses it. I don't want to do that anymore. No more. I think I'm just over it. And to validate that for me, I want you to look at this, the Valspar. If we sort top to bottom, let's look at all the AM golfers. AM. Actually, let's do the PM golfers, the scrubs. $5,600 Peter Malnati, PM wave. $6,700 Mac Hughes. He was in the AM wave, but that's going to be an outlier. $5,500 Chandler Phillips, just talked to him. He was in the PM wave. Ryan Moore, $6,200 in the PM wave. $5,500 Carl Yuan in the PM wave. $6,500 KH Lee in the PM wave. These are your scrubs. They were all PM AM golfers. And really, your 2 AM golfers that were up here, that were in the optimal lineup, were Mac Hughes at 65 or 67, a proven tour winner, and then $9,600 Cam Young. Mac Hughes, by the way, has won 2 events, I believe. RSM Classic is 1, and then was it the Travelers? I don't remember. Could be wrong. Maybe it's just 1 event. Maybe it was just the RSM Classic. But you see what I'm saying? Like, even Bez down here, $8,800 was in the AM wave. Scott Stallings, tour winner as well in the AM wave, but I don't really care. Kevin Roy, to me, one of the biggest scrubs in the field was in the PM wave, and he was leading the event. So, like, I'm done playing scrubs in the AM PM wave. I shouldn't say done. Like I said, nothing's definitive, but I'm still playing that this week, especially when there's wind forecasted Friday. Darbo has been broken by the cut sweats. I just think it's the smartest thing to do. If there's anyone to, what I'm actually really segueing to is if there's anyone you should actually sweat, it'd be like a Scotty Scheffler in the AM PM wave. It'd be a Will Zalatoris in the AM PM wave. It would be these better golfers in the AM PM wave. This group, by the way, I don't know if I really feel that comfortable with like Jake Knapp or even Akshay, who's in the AM wave. I don't know if I feel that comfortable with those guys. This group, though, Hoagie, Horschel, or Hughes, they put 3 H's together. That's lovely. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Conversely, I hate this. Rye, Davis, and Hadley in the AM group. Now Rise 8600, that could be your CBES from last week. But I think I just stay away from that. I think I probably stay away from this group. Steven Yeager, Bo Hosler, Carson Young. I mean, I know Steven Yeager is getting a ton of love. He is 7th in my model, but I couldn't think of a bigger loser than Bo Hosler. The guy looks like a weirdo. Let's put it that way. I just don't see how that's neither near nor there. That's just another reason why I don't want to play Bo Hosler. But then he's playing with Yeager, who sprays it all over the place. I don't think I care that much for Yeager, but the rough is going to be shorter this week. I think that's fine. I don't know, man. I think I just stick to my guns. The rest of these guys down here, they're all AM golfers in the Marquee Tee Times. Only high-priced guys. Maybe Mitchell, maybe Gim. I'll even go back to Hosler, Yeager, and Rye. Whoops. Those would be the only guys that I would probably consider playing. Otherwise, I just don't care. Cam Davis maybe in the AM wave, maybe. I don't know, an Aussie in the wind. That seems okay. So, with that little short burst of energy that I provided, here is roll call number 3. We might have 4 roll calls tonight. Roll call number 3. Out of these golfers, who are you playing? Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit more. That's too much. All right, give me your pairings. Remember, we want to select 2 to 4 golf. I'm building lineups with this, by the way. We are starting from here. This is going to be the moment in the podcast where I start looking at your lineups, like your lineup considerations. So 2 to 4 golfers, from what you see on the screen, don't pair them up together in the same tee time. Which 2 to 4 golfers do you want me to build lineups around? Or which 2 to 4 golfers? No, let's keep it that way. We'll keep it right there. And this will be roll call number 3, by the way. Roll call number 3. I'll actually keep this on the screen for you guys, and then we'll go from there. Let me read some of the chat while you guys go through this. There's so many things that you guys mentioned that you guys were talking about. I'm just reading like early chats when I first started the stream. Jim Reaper messed up lineups for Shot Like Harden. That's probably the only bad chalk last week, right? I love all the emojis that you guys put in the chat. Brandon, what's going on? Sorry I didn't see your name earlier. Brandon the Great. Normally this is played later in the year, so it's going to be softer than usual. Okay, so Shot Like Harden was kind of confirming what I thought. Was going to be a little softer. I see that Lombardi Lee with Peter Malnati in your lineups. Malnati was 0.4% owned in the tourney. I wish I was in, and the guy who won only at 5 of 6. Damn, dude, damn. Shot Like Harden also said it rained hard in that Houston area yesterday. Already subscribed to him, but his videos never popped in my algorithm. Yeah, Shot Like Harden, you're talking about Chad Eckert in the Fantasy Golf Pod. He does a really bad job of posting that stuff or getting engagement. I think the algorithm really wants people to be engaged in the live chat, and he goes live. As I was talking to his co-host Josh Bennett, and I said, what's the whole point of going live? He just doesn't like to post videos. He doesn't like to upload videos. He just wants it to go live. But I think it actually hurts him because he's got no viewer engagement. So nothing actually shows up. Everything's kind of hidden behind the algorithm. So it's been something I've always wanted to talk to him, but he's also very protective of his podcast. So some people you can talk those things with, some people you can't. It's not like I know, 100% of what goes into the algorithm. One lineup, I'm going to go Scheffler, and another one Clark, says AJ Love. I like Theegala more than Clark this week, but I am biased, says Charlotte Cardin. I like Theegala too. I think everyone likes Theegala. I think a lot of people just don't like Clark as much. Is anyone willing to fade Scotty? I'm not. I will not be fading Scotty. I think he's he's just one of those golfers that's going to transcend the game. Not like Tiger, don't get me wrong, I'm not calling him Tiger, but I think this is going to be the closest in between that we've ever seen. Z-Runner, or Zen Runner, I'm sorry. You said at 13,000, Scotty could win, but not be in the optimal. That is very true. But the only way that doesn't happen, I think, is if Scotty if the scoring conditions were really hard and Scotty pars every single hole and has one bogey and maybe 3 to 4 birdies and the winning score ends up being like 8, 9, 10 under. That's the only way I think he isn't going to be in the optimal lineup. But the type of scoring golfer that Scotty is, I think if he wins the tournament, he will be in the optimal. But you're right. You're right. Logically, you are correct. He might not being that price. It is possible. I followed Finau all 4 rounds here last year, and he led wire to wire, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe? Yeah. Daniel Bull goes, isn't Finau streaky enough to get his form back? Yes, he is. I don't have a lot. I have not analyzed Finau's like streakiness, so I couldn't tell you. Finau is 17% projected to be owned. Yeah, no, you guys can have all the Finau you guys want. Scotty's at 41%. Won't touch my 82%. I had Xander in 81% of my lineups last week, now that I remember it. Just following up on the rest of the chats just to see if anything was like sent to me. Oh yeah, no. I got to good night's question to Charlotte Harden if he's won big yet. Yeah, no, Harden actually won 20K 2 weeks ago. That's awesome, right? That's awesome. Yuan definitely in my top 10 this week. I agree. Eric, how many 6 golfers max? I would say, well, again, the 6K golf, like the 6K range doesn't actually mean the 6K range to me anymore. I think you could play up to 7 6K golfers, and 2 of them would be 7K golfers in my opinion, and the other 2 would be 6K golfers. But we already kind of talked about that. I don't know if you can really build a lineup that way. Okay. I think that's gonna be it for me. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Back 9 bets. What's going on? What's going on, Byron? I just wanted to catch up with chat. Was able to do that. Scam Davis. Seems like good course fit, but he's all over the place. Yeah, he just looks terrible. Scheffler, Hughes, and Day for AJ Love. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there, and we're going to start building lineups. So it is going to start with... I can find it. If anyone posted before I asked for you guys to put lineups in, if any of you guys posted lineups earlier, post them right now. This is where I'm going to start from because it is difficult to scroll back up. Sometimes YouTube doesn't let me scroll up to earlier lineup consideration or lineup request. So we're starting here. Scheffler, Hughes, and Day. Let me zoom out. Alrighty, so Scotty Scheffler. And how I'm going to do this, I think we're going to cruise through this. If, when I'm building lineups for you, you see a golfer that shows up more often than not, I want you to tell me kick, and then whatever golfer that is. If we continuously see the same guy and you like that golfer, just say lock, and then whatever golfer. So if it's like Scheffler, you know, we'll build this first one and I'll let you know what I mean by that. So we had Scheffler, Mac Hughes, and Jason Day. Okay. So we're going to build this. By the way, I have it currently set to 3 a.m. golfers. I don't want more than 3 a.m. PM golfers in my lineups. If you want me to change this, I can certainly do that, but I don't think it's, I don't know if we should do that. But anyways, here's lineup one, and I'm going to show you what I mean by what I just said. So Cam Davis is going to show up a lot. I was building lineups before jumping on. Cam Davis and Thomas Dietrich will show up a lot. If you don't like Cam Davis, right when I create the new lineup, I want you to tell me kick Cam Davis. If you don't like him, just say kick Cam Davis. I'm gonna go through these quick. I want to shorten this part of the video up and to get to other people's lineups, because I know some people wait in here forever to get lineups built. I feel bad because, you know, a lot of times I'll segue or whatever. We can rapid through all of these as long as you guys are paying attention. So if you don't like Cam Davis, let me know. Say kick Cam Davis. But here's the lineup. The first lineup. Really like Hayden Springer. I think I even gave him a little point. Like, I gave some of these guys a little bit of a bonus. So just so you're aware, Byron's guy, Kevin Doherty, as he likes to call him, Kevin Doherty. There's Hayden Springer. I gave him a plus 100 point bonus. So lineup one. And oh, by the way, subscribers of the channel, you're going to get 5 lineups built for you. Members, the ones with the badges, you're going to get 10 lineups built for you. And then non-subscribers, non-members are only going to get 3. I imagine most of you guys are subscribers, but just letting you guys know. So we already have the first one, kick Davis. And I'm going to be very, just so everyone in the chat knows, Davis and Thomas Dietrich are going to show up a lot. They're ranked very well in my model. All right, so lineup number 2 for Mr. AJ Love. Let's go, no whammy. We got Scotty Scheffler, Jason Day, Mac Hughes, Mark Hubbard, Sam Ryder, and JJ Spawn. I really like that lineup a lot. I'm going to copy this over to the side. By the way, if anyone wants the optimizer, just email me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Let me know you want the optimizer. I will send it to you. I have it ready to go. So I can send it to you while we are currently going over it. I'm making everyone 100% because I just don't want the optimizer to lock up. So this first one, I don't mind JJ Spawn this week, and he is in the PM AM wave. We have 4-2 split. That's good. Serve 5. What's going on? Springer was not good last week. Springer was not good last week. I thought he played okay. Did he make the cut or did he miss the cut? I'm not too concerned about missing cuts, but I think he's a pretty good potential play. I like this lineup a lot. We got Svensson, who's part of that 7K, that bottom tier 7K. I don't remember what Hughes was. The 7K combo buckets, that was. This lineup's pretty good too. Vegas, I like Hubbard a lot this week, but again, Hubbard just showed up twice in your lineup, so tell me if you want to kick him or not. Lineup 3, Scotty, Day, Hughes, Dietrich, Pendrith, and Zach Blair. Actually, this is lineup 4, right? Lineup 4. I don't mind this one. Again, Dietrich's going to show up, so you let me know. Pendrith, by the way, he was one of those dudes in the 7K combo buckets. At the bottom, right? Yeah, Taylor Pendrith down here. Very interesting. Wish I could make this look better. Let me put this right here, and then we can get to it here and there. Okay. That was lineup 4. Here's lineup 5. So it's taking Hubbard over Griffin. Yeah, is Griffin in the AM group though? I think that's the main thing. So I have a restriction here that's not letting us select more than 3 AM golfers. Scotty's an AM golfer. And then there are some other guys. I think, is Hubbard? Hubbard's a PM guy, isn't he? Oh, he is also an AM golfer. And then I imagine, what, Hayden Springer's an AM golfer? No, Hayden Springer's a PM golfer. Pendrith must be. Yeah, Pendrith is an AM golfer. I think that's the only reason why. Do you want me to lock in Griffin just to see what it would do with Griffin? I'm gonna hit that run optimizer just to see what the next lineup will be. That was lineup 5. Here's lineup 6. We got Scheffler, Day, Hughes, Dietrich once again, Justin Suh, and Gary Woodland. I think this is probably a 3 and a 3, right? Yeah, it's really splitting those up. 3 AMs, 3 PMs. It's not terrible. They are in the same tee time, Hubbard and Griffin. Oh, okay. Are they in... so the only way that my optimizer can do that is if they are in... Oh, okay, yeah. Do you want me to kick Hubbard out? Here, I'll kick Hubbard out. We don't need to see any more Hubbard. You do like Griffin a lot? Then let's lock in Griffin. Let's see what happens. Scheffler, Day, Hughes, Griffin, Palmer, Nick Hardy. I don't mind that. I don't mind Nick Hardy this week either. I think this could be a good golf course for Nick Hardy. I don't mind it whatsoever. I think that was what, lineup 7. This is lineup 8. Scheffler, Day, Hughes, Griffin, Neesmith, and Nate Lashley. I don't know how I feel about that one. Scheffler, Day, Hughes, Griffin, Lashley, Parker, Cootie. I don't mind that. All right, last lineup for you. You let me know. I'm gonna tee up the next one. Is there anyone that you want me to kick out? Anyone you want me to lock in? Let me know. FR leader is next. Okay. I will just hit one more lineup and we'll see what you have to say. Oh, Martin Trainer. Can you lock in more with those 4? Taylor Moore? Taylor Moore is what, 76? Sure. So that would cover your 3 7K golfers. We'll see if this works. We'll see if it works. It might not. Yeah, it breaks. So it doesn't work. And I couldn't tell you where it breaks. I guess if I allow it to choose like another AM golfer, maybe it'll be okay. No, it still breaks. So no bueno there. Yeah, actually, I think it's probably salary relief, right? That's probably what's causing this. That equals $45,500, so you only have $4,500 to work with. Unless you're asking for Ryan Moore. If it's Ryan Moore, not Taylor Moore, then that makes sense. I'm gonna move on to the next lineup, but if it was Ryan Moore, I can rebuild that. Okay. Zalatoris and Gim for FR leader, Mr. Douglas Gim, or the Gim Reaper as he's known all across the industry. We get Zalatoris, J-Day, Steven Yaga. Yeah, Yaga bombs. Doug Gim, Sam Ryder, Carl Yuan. I love that lineup. That lineup is so good. We're saving that one because I'm not going to have a lot of Zal. Like, I'm going heavy on Scotty Scheffler. So any of these 10K golfers that don't include Scheffler, I'm probably going to keep an eye on. I really like Ryder. I really like Yuan. And you get your 3-3 split of AM, PM golfers. I like that. I like it a lot. Doug Gim's actually the low guy in this group. Awkward. So I'm going to do the next lowest one, which is Carl Yuan. Wyndham Clark, Zalatoris, Yim, Dietrich, Thompson, Davis Thompson, that is, and Michael Kim. I like that lineup too. Clark, Zalatoris, Gim, Dietrich, Thompson, Kim. Pretty good. And because FR Leader is a subscriber, we're billing him 5. This is lineup 3. We get Clark, Zalatoris, Gim, Cam Davis, Sam Ryder, and Justin Suh. Suh's okay. I mean, he's in the PM wave, so that actually, I like that a little bit better. Those same 5 with Ryan Palmer. That was lineup 4. FR Leader, if you're in the chat, if there's something else you want to see, let me know. Kick Ryder. Okay, perfect. And then here's another lineup with Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Gim, Ryder, and Lauer. I will kick out Ryder, and I'll build you 2 more. Just because I probably went a little too fast. So Ryder's getting the boot. And instead, it'll be those top 4, Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Gim, Woodland, and Nate Lashley. Not terrible. And then the next consideration is Hubbard. So Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Gim, Hubbard, and Tyson Alexander. That's interesting. I don't mind Alexander, to be honest with you. All right. Thank you, FR Leader. I can build more lineups later. I just think going faster, getting more people's lineups built. If you want me to build those lineups again later, let me know. But we'll just go right down the list. So we are going with Shot Like Harden wants Scheffler and Finau. Oh my God. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Shot Like Harden, by the way, the longest member of the Sweet Spot Society so far. He's got that white badge. You get white badges after being a member for 2 consecutive months. So here we go. Shot Like Harden. Scheffler, Finau, Cam Davis, Lukey Boy List, Michael Kim, and Hayden Springer. I don't mind Michael Kim and Springer. They're both in the PM AM wave. I like that a lot. We can kick Springer, though, if you want. Nate Lashley is going to substitute one of those guys. Springer is going to stay. We might want to kick Springer. If Springer shows up, I'll kick him. Yeah, okay. Oh, he's getting kicked anyways. But this is a tasty lineup. Scheffler, Finau, Davis, Hubbard, Yuan, and Springer. Yeah, I like it. Cam Davis, again, probably going to show up a lot, just so you know. That's lineup 3. Here comes lineup 4. Scam Davis. Yeah. Okay, good. Because you know what? These 3 guys right here, I like a lot this week. Just so you know, I'm actually trying to target those guys in Rainmakers. So 5,600. Let's get Woo out of there, or let's bring him back and kick out Scam Davis. I should have known. I should have known. Ooh. If you like those bottom 3 guys, I know you like this lineup. Scheffler, Finau, Knapp, Ryder, Yuan, Woo. I'm not going to have a lot of Finau, but this one works. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. You? So I think we're going to have a lot of Scheffler, Finau, Knapp lineups, just so you know. Do you like Jake Knapp enough to keep him in there? Yeah, you love that. Yeah, you like that. I knew it. Yeah, with that 20K win, Shalik Harden moved from just making 0.1 cents per hour doing DFS golf to $1.50 per hour. So he's doing good now. He's doing better than us. Scheffler, Finau, Knapp, Ryder, Yuan, and JJ Spawn. I like how that rhymes. Yuan into Spawn. Does that work? I like Knapp, kick Chez. Yeah. Chez was getting kicked no matter what. If you see the little N right here, that's they're getting kicked in the next lineup. I actually like that lineup a lot. I think that's lineup 4. I kind of missed, I lost count, but we can say that's 4. Here's 5. I think when I was skimming through chat, was Norlander was he your secret play? Was he your diamond in the rough? I can't remember what somebody said. Norlander was their like their 6K darling or something to that effect. Yeah, sign me up with Norlander. By the way, guy can get hot. I like Norlander this week. Mix him like I also really like Karl Yuan, which could be my detriment. By the way, I will be limiting Yuan's exposure to like 6%, just so you guys know. Just so you know. That was lineup 6, I want to say. AJ like Norlander? Okay. Oh, that was your sleeper. Yes, the S word, sleeper. I couldn't think of it. Anyways, it excited me because Norlander is also one of my sleepers this week too. Scheffler, Finau, Knapp, Hubbard, Yuan, and Johnny Vegas. Don't sleep on Vegas. I like Vegas. Do you want me to kick Yuan out? Yuan has shown up a ton. And if my exposure is set to single digits, if I build them in 100% of your lineups, it's probably not fair. Do you also want Hubbard? Because Hubbard and Yuan are showing up a ton. I'm just going to kick out Yuan. You can tell me if you want that changed. And I do like Hubbard, but he is one of those losers that you're going to be sweating AM, PM. You like Johnny Vegas too? Yeah. Mr. Farouk has Norlander as well. Look at that. Okay. I haven't really listened to a lot out there. Are other people also on Norlander? Man, I'm having a hard time picking who I want to kick. Well, I just kicked 2 guys for you. I kicked out Yuan. Love Hubbard. Kick Yuan. Okay, I'll bring back Hubbard. This is a throwaway lineup. Okay, hold on. Is this a Ryan Henson lineup where it's ugly enough to consider? I think Kevin Chappell's probably too low of upside though. If I'm being honest, I want to play him. I know he's played well at Texas events. I think he won this event, didn't he? Am I misremembering that? Was it Chappell that shot 59 at this course? Or not this course, but in this tournament? Oh, here's a Chappell right here. Different golf course, by the way. Different golf course. Same part of, I mean, it's Houston. Okay. That's the only saving grace for Chappell. All right. We can move on. That's a throwaway lineup. I'm not going to count it against your lineups. I know. I really like Yuan this week. If I only built one lineup, Yuan would be in it. Interesting. So we bring back Hubbard, we kick out Yuan, and what we get instead is Scheffler, Finau, Taylor Moore, Mark Hubbard, Vincent the Viking Norman, and Justin Suh. I don't mind Norman. Let's put it this way. I'm like really skeptical, very cautious in playing in Vincent Norman. Same applies for Justin Suh. And if I'm building lineups, I don't want to be questionable about 2 golfers. I just want to be questionable about 1 golfer. So that was lineup 6. Norman's getting the boot. Scotty Scheffler, Tony Finau, Knapp, Alex Smalley. All right, I'm going to kick out Justin Suh. He is in the PM wave, which makes things a little easier to digest, but still not my favorite. Okay, we'll call it lineup 7. Good luck to you too, Nathan. Are you just coming into the chat? Are you sticking around for a little while? Scotty Scheffler, Finau, Knapp, Robert McIntyre, Ryan Texas Palmer, and Gary Woodland. Actually, I don't mind that lineup at all. Just ugly enough it might work. That was lineup 8. Here comes lineup 9. I see all you guys coming in. John Bizzle, I'm going to do this in order, and I'm trying to go through it a little bit faster than usual. And Mr. D'Lo, I see your lineup as well. So I'll just go top down. I did ask for lineups earlier, so we do have a few to go through. Scheffler, Finau, Knapp, Sam Ryder, Ryan Palmer, Martin Laird. I can do that lineup. I don't mind that lineup at all. I like Ryder this week. Ryder and Yuan, by the way, to me, those are golfers that I want to play in my lineups. Here for a few minutes, got some work I need to finish up tonight. All right, sir. Scheffler, Finau, Moore, Hubbard, Ryder, Callum, Taryn. Now, the saving grace with Taryn, he's in the PM wave. 5,600, right? Is that what I just saw him? He is in the PM/AM wave. I can be okay with that, but I don't love it. I don't love it. I'm going to do one bonus one just because. Scheffler, Finau, Moore, List, Ryder, and Ben Taylor. Yeah, that's kind of gross too. All right. Those were Shot Like Harden's lineups. I'm going to bring back some of these golfers. How about to there? I am going to go to Philip Hall. Are you in the chat? Philip, if you're in the chat, do you want me to bring back Hayden Springer? He's probably going to show up. Let me know. I'm going to bring him back, but I can just keep him kicked out. We want Knapp and Dietrich. So we already have Dietrich, since we're locking him in. We don't have to worry about him showing up too much. These are 2 AM golfers. I am only allowing 3 AM golfers, so this will be interesting. I imagine you'll get a lot of Wyndham, Sahith, Thagala lineups. My lineups were the GOAT of DFS podcasting. That's all. Hey, thank you, Phil Smart. That's nuts. John Bizzle, I appreciate you, sir. Scotty Scheffler, Jason Day, Jake Knapp, Thomas Dietrich, Carl Yuan, and Johnny. Okay, this lineup is nuts. Did we build this one for Shot Like Harden? I don't think so, right? Because there's no Finau. This is Jason Day. Yeah, sign me the hell up, as Byron Lindeque would say. That's gas. That's straight gas. Give me this. Hot damn. Bill, these are your lineups, sir. I'm building you 10. That was the first one. I asked you, do you want Hayden Springer in your life? Because if I bring him back, he's probably going to show up, but I haven't seen him yet, these 2 lineups. And this is another fantastic lineup because it has Jason Day, who is a guy that I want to pair up with as many Scotty Scheffler lineups as I possibly can. And Scotty Scheffler is going to be one of those guys I want to play a lot of. So I really like this. Conversely, by the way, if I don't play Scotty, I think my favorite lineups are probably Wyndham, Thigala, possibly Zalatoris, to go with Jason Day and Alex Noren. I like that, like those golfers together a lot. I think I saved this one, right? Probably save it. Clark, Day, Knapp, Cam Davis, Thomas Dietrich, and Carl Yuan. Like I said, Cam Davis is going to show up a lot. This is such a common lineup. Like Jake Knapp. Actually, you know what? I think if I were just to run this without any conditionals in there, it was Scotty, Day, Knapp to start lineups with. Actually, I think it was this. It was very similar to this, but it couldn't have had these guys. Maybe I had a 5K golfer in here. No, that wouldn't have worked either. So I wonder who got replaced. Maybe it was just one of these 7K guys and two 5Ks, something like that. But I like this lineup. It's a hell of a lineup. All right, that was lineup 3. Here comes lineup 4. Scheffler, Day, Knapp, Dietrich, Palmer, Blair. That's fine. Here comes lineup 5. Phil Paul. If you don't like certain golfers, just let me know. Tell me, kick whatever golfer that is you want me to kick. Palmer shows up a lot, but this one has Eric Barnes in it, who withdrew last week, reasons unknown. But if you know, if you were, let's say, there was an illness in the family where he needed to go to the hospital, or, you know, his wife had a baby, or maybe he just got food poisoning or something, you could run him back this week. He was popular last week. You could run him back this week and it would be just fine. So like, I don't mind that. Do you like Ryan Palmer that much though? I don't think I would be comfortable with that much Ryan Palmer. Just saying. It's my 2 cents. Kick Barnes. Yeah, Barnes will be kicked. Don't worry about it. If you see this little N, this means no. This means it's the lowest golfer and he's going to get the kick. Ooh. Okay. My 2 cents about this, Ryan Palmer, Texas guy. Patton Kizzire plays well in Texas. Or like this was his jam, playing well in Texas. So maybe Patton Kizzire? I like it enough where I'm going to save it. Do you want that much Ryan Palmer? I think this is 3 or 4 lineups in a row. You don't like Palmer either. Okay. All right, so he will get the boot, and that was lineup 5. So we got 5 more lineups to build. I'm keeping track in my head, so if I repeat a number or if I skip one, that's on me. I'm sorry. Sure. I like this one. Clark, Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Ryan Moore. Like I said, Cam Davis will show up a lot. If you don't want Scam Davis, as Charlie Carden calls him, we give him the boot. Okay, Scheffler, C. Woo, Kim, Jake Knapp, Dietrich, Michael Kim, and Hayden Springer. So that's a lot of... Okay, Hayden Springer with Michael Kim. Do I have that down here? I don't. Do we have any Springer lineup saved? I don't. Okay. Sure. I like that lineup. That was lineup 6. Michael Kim is getting the boot. Lineup 7. Dietrich. Not Dietrich. No, I mean, Dietrich's here, but Norman was the one that I was looking at. Clark, Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Norman. I think if you were, honestly, think of this, all right? Probably this guy and these 4 golfers. Jason Day doesn't apply. These are modern day Vikings, essentially. You get Jake Knapp, the mullet man. Cam Davis, who's like 6'5". Dietrich, who's like 6'3". Vincent Norman's 6'2". I don't know how tall Wyndham Clark is. But they're also all blonde. Mostly blonde. They're like they're your golfing Vikings. What am I looking at? PGA Tour. I want to see how tall Wyndham Clark is. Six feet tall. 6 feet even. Okay. Not bad. Jason Day is just the only non-Viking in this lineup. I think I'm just saving it because I like Jason Day and I'm not going to play a lot of Wyndham Clark, so this one looks good. That was lineup 7. Kick Davis. Okay, sorry. I just saw that. Kick Davis. This is a throwaway lineup. I actually don't mind it, but Kick Davis. You got it. The Golf Vikings. Yeah. Instead of Jason Day, if it was Alex Noren to go with those golfers, there you have it. You have nothing but Swedes and tall blondes, essentially. Sith Thagala, Jason Day, Jake Knapp, Luke List, Dietrich, and Davis. Yeah, sign me up. What a fantastic lineup. Like, this is a really good, I would consider this not only a GPP lineup, but also a cash game lineup. That looks solid. That looks like high floor. It's a really good lineup. Especially, like, if you're gonna anchor it around Thigala, it's really good. So that was lineup 8. Here comes lineup 9. It's Norn and Norlander week. Just all the Swedes. All the Swedes in Texas. I don't know how true this is, but this is one of those things that I saw over on the internets. Even when I was in Norway, because I visited Norway last September, I never heard this, but people will call crazy people of the United States and these Scandinavian countries Texas crazy or something like that. Like, they must be from Texas. Something to that effect. Like, you're crazy if you live in Texas. I don't think it's true. Again, I never heard that when I was over there, but it might be true somewhere. So I don't know if the Scandinavians so much care for Texas. Scheffler, Day, Knapp, Dietrich, Ryder, Rafael Campos. Yeah, sign me up. I haven't really been super high on this guy, but he's been showing out. I think that was lineup 9. If not, I'll give you an extra one, because that could have been lineup 10. Can you keep all that and change Campos? Yeah, Campos just... Oh, okay. Let's see here. Dietrich, Ryder, Knapp, Day. Okay. Well, here's a pretty... This is a sexy lineup. Dude. List hits the ball far. Dietrich hits the ball far. Bramlett hits the ball far. We just need their iron game to be solid. And, well, List's putting game to be solid. This is a really good lineup. But you want that last one without Campos. So Scotty, Day, Knapp, Dietrich, Ryder. See if I can remember that. Scotty, Day. Dietrich's already in here. Knapp, Dietrich. So we want Ryder. And see what the... I'll spit out like 2 or 3. That's gross. Don't care for Paul Barjon. Yeah, and then it breaks. So let me clear out some of these guys down here at the bottom. Maybe we might see some mixes here. Rafael Campos might be the first one. Is it just those two? Just those two. Those are your only lineup considerations with those 5. Super interesting. All right, moving on down the list, we get Good Night, or known now as Q-Dog, on his burner account. Byron, are you still in the chat, by the way? You are on deck. Good Night. You are subscribed to the channel, so I will give you 5 lineups, and it is Jake Knapp and Brandon Wu. I like that. Is that because we saw the Brandon Wu from earlier, or you heard me talk about Brandon Wu from earlier? There's Dylan Wu. Brandon Wu actually is cheaper than Dylan Wu this week. There he is. Okay. I love it. I don't like that though. That's, see, like Scheffler, Day, and Knapp are already favorites of the optimizer. Do you not like Knapp, Jason Day, or would you not want to start lineups with Scotty Scheffler? I don't like Alex Smalley, so let's see what the optimizer does. Maybe it just had to do Alex Smalley in that lineup. Ryan Moore. Okay, so it's the same lineup just with Ryan Moore. I'm gonna click through this just to see if we get something different. You tell me though. Oh God, that's a good lineup right there. Scheffler, Day, Knapp, Ryder, McIntyre, Brendan Wu. So if this was me building a lineup, I'm probably kicking out Knapp. For some of my lineups. That's kind of how I would feel about this. Oh, Knapp is your guy that you, never mind. I'd probably kick out Jason Day. Knapp is the guy that you wanted me to build lineups around though. So Knapp is fine. I forgot that's who you anchored your lineups with. That's totally fine. I just want to see different. You know, maybe we kick out Jason Day, which is also, I mean, I wouldn't go high exposure on Jason Day. So if you are anchoring your lineups around Knapp, let's probably kick out Day or Scheffler. One of the two. You like what? I'm not sure what you like. How about this? I'm gonna kick out Day. We'll see what this does, and then you can articulate what you mean by I like that. Wow. Scheffler, Clark, Jake Knapp, Bramlett, Springer, and Wu. What? Yeah, sign me up, man. All three of these guys, I think, are PM guys, if I remember correctly. Bramlett, Springer, and Wu. 66, 59, 56. Bramwagon is PM. Springer is PM. And Wu, no, Wu is AM. Okay, never mind. Brandon Wu is AM. That's two guys that, you know, gotta take off. Good luck this week. Get that money. Might be back in a little bit if you're still on. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see the interaction and how long I can go for. Last week I got close to that 5-hour mark and I just hit the wall. All right, so we kick out Scheffler and what we get is Wyndham Clark, J-Day, Jaeger, Knapp, Ryder, and Wu. That's a really good balanced build. 10, 9, 8. I think we include Knapp in the 7K range, if I remember correctly. No, I'm wrong. 7K range starts in the $7,800 or 77, I think. Okay. So, but Jaeger, I think, is in the 9K range. If you want to see my price conversion, I put that on the cheat sheet. Again, link for the cheat sheets in the description below. Do you have a price conversion here? Yeah, Jaeger's technically a 9K golfer in my viewpoint. So there's two 9K golfers with a 10K golfer. Interesting. Did I save this one? Nope, but we are. Kick, Springer, and Wu, and Barnes. Was Barnes in this one? No. Kick, Springer, and Wu. So Brandon Wu, who you locked in? Okay. Right now, all that's locked is Jake Knapp. So with just Jake Knapp, we got Wyndham Clark, J-Day, Knapp, Cam Davis, Dietrich, and Yuan, which is kind of what I thought would be. 10-9-8, 7-7-6, by the way. Clark, Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Yuan. It's not terrible. Trying to see if we had already built that lineup. Pretty darn close. Clark, Day, Knapp, Cam Davis, Dietrich, Norman. Clark, Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Yuan. All right. Good night. This is your last lineup. I want you to give me very specific instructions because some of the stuff that you're saying is kind of contradictory. So we've got Knapp locked in. We've got Brendan Wu locked in. Who do we want to kick? You're going to see Dietrich and Davis. I already have Scotty Scheffler kicked out. Jason Day is probably going to show up. So if you don't want to see Day in this lineup, tell me to kick Day. If you don't want to see Cam Davis in this lineup, we can kick him. We can also kick Dietrich. You let me know. I'm going to load up Byron's lineups right now. Byron, I will ask again, are you in the chat? I know you weren't feeling well earlier. I don't know if you came in just to say hi. Yeah, I understand. Good reminder for me to tell everyone. There's going to be a live word down here somewhere on your video player, we'll call it that, for YouTube. Make sure that you select live, because sometimes if there's like server lag between you and I, maybe your internet's slow and you need to buffer, it's going to push your stream backwards. It's just going to be slower. There's a 10-second delay between you and I. Normally I have to include a 10-second delay so you guys get the best quality you can, so you guys can see the screen, because obviously that's very dependent on what I do, is so you guys can see the screen. I can't do anything better than 10-second delay, but just to make sure you guys are protecting yourselves from being too far behind, make sure you click the little live word. Oh, and hit that like button. Yes, sir. Okay, so you want Davis kicked. You got it. All right, so we get Clark, Day, Steven Yeager, Knapp, Sam Ryder, and Brennan Wu. Yeah, I like that lineup a lot. And that's a duplicate. We've already built that lineup. I have this duplicate. Oh, that's because it was the last lineup that was built. Silly me. Let's kick out Yeager. Okay. Will Zalatoris, Tony Finau, Jason Day, Knapp, Ryder, and Brennan Wu. That is different. That was the last one for Mr. Goodnight. GD Knight, as I like to call him. All right, moving on to Byron. Willie Z, Thigala. I imagine that's Taylor Moore. I don't know if he's in the chat. So Willie Z, Thigala. We're going to say Taylor Moore. I heard him talk about Taylor Moore. I'm pretty sure it's Taylor Moore. I doubt it would be Ryan Moore. Could be wrong, though. All right. Everything else is cleared out. You're welcome, sir. I'm going to build 10 quick lineups for Byron. I don't think he's in the chat, so I will be making this up as I go. Thigala, Zalatoris, Day. I know he loves Jason Day. Taylor Moore, Sam Ryder, and Brennan Wu. Yeah, so I already mentioned I like Brennan Wu and Sam Ryder. I like that one a lot. I'm going to save it. I don't know if he would like it, though. That was lineup 1. Here comes lineup 2. We bring in Springer, which I think he's okay with. I know he likes Yeager. And I think he probably likes this one. This is probably the best one that we are probably going to build him. If Sam Ryder shows up again, I'm going to kick him out. He doesn't, but Yuan and Suh show up, which are okay. That was lineup 3. Yuan and Palmer. I bet you he likes that one. Lineup 4. The Viking Vince Norman. You know what? He might like that one too. I'll save that one. I like it. But we are getting straight up Yeager and Yuan. So if those two guys show up again with a difference with a different guy here. Okay. That's super interesting. Thigala, Zalatoris, Finau, Taylor Moore, Yuan, and Norlander. I think that was lineup 5. Maybe it was 4. We'll say 4. Jesus. Yeah, these are good lineups. We're going to kick out Yuan, though. I don't think he'd want that much exposure to Yuan, and if I was him, I wouldn't want that much exposure to Yuan either. Thigala, Zalatoris, Mac Hughes, Cam Davis, Taylor Moore, Michael Kim. I don't know if you'd like that one, but it's different. It's different. Lineup 6. Here comes lineup 7. Thigala, Zalatoris, Hoagie, Moore, Ryder, Woodland. Yeah. Well, actually, no. He likes Hoagie. It's a lot of Sam Ryder. I don't know if he likes Sam Ryder that much, but that's pretty decent. If Sam Ryder shows up one more time, we'll give him the boot. We'll call that lineup 6. Here comes lineup 7. Yeah, not super great. Here comes lineup 8. I don't know how I feel about that one either. Lineup 9. Close. Thigala, Zalatoris, Knapp, Taylor Moore, Ryder, and Smalley. Don't know if we really care for Smalley all that much. I wonder if he'd like this lineup. Kind of stinks that he's not in the chat. I can't pick his brain because I don't know what he truly feels about these. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put in Steven Yeager. I know he likes Yeager. Let's see what happens with these guys. If Ryder shows up, I kick Ryder, which he does. But this is a fantastic lineup. Ryder and Goddard. Yeah, sign me up with Goddard. Like that. Sign me up with Goddard. That's what a handle. What a jingle. All right, one more lineup for Mr. Byron. Not bad. We'll try one more. This will be the last one though. Yeah, much better. Yeager, Moore, Victor Perez, and JJ Spawn. Yeah, sign me up. There we go. Cool. That was good. Those were Byron's lineups. Byron, if you ever come in the chat, let me know. We can build you some more. But since you're not here, it's difficult to build lineups. Clark and Hughes for Mr. Joshua Maz. Joanne, are you still in the chat by chance? And can Young just win so I can stop playing him? I just saw that. All right. Clark and Hughes. We are going to build Joshua Maz 5 lineups. Oh, BG Lil Mac, what's going on? How was your week last week? Did you win some monies? Scheffler, Clark, Hughes, Ryder, Reevy, Brandon Wu. I don't know about that one. All right, good night. Good night. Or peace out. Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, Mac Hughes, Ryder, JJ Spawn, Brandon Wu. I like that one. I'll save it. If I see Ryder show up again with Wu, I'm going to kick out both of them. Yeah, and this is a good lineup too. But that is too much Ryder. That's too much Wu. Actually, I'll keep Wu. Let's see if Wu shows up with a different golfer. But if you just show up, yeah, we're gonna pretend that lineup didn't happen. Okay, yeah, we're gonna kick out Wu. I think I kind of get it. I think Wu's getting prioritized because he's the cheapest golfer that are in the Marquee Tee Times, and his value in his price range super good. So that's probably why he shows up a lot. I like this lineup, Josh. Scott Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, Mac Hughes, Yuan Springer, and Johnny Vegas. I like it a lot. I'm gonna kick out Scheffler though. I imagine you want a few without Scheffler. Clark, Zalatoris, Hughes, Davis, Luke List, Michael Kim. I like that a lot. Clark, Day, Hughes, Davis, Dietrich, and Pendrith. Yeah, I like that one too. That one's a good one. And last one. I think that the other one was the 5th one, but we can do one more. I'm going to do one more without Scam Davis. $7,700. Jeez. We get Clark, Day, Jaeger, Hughes, Svensson, Nick Hardy. Yeah, that's different enough. I like it. Okay. So those were Maz's lineups. Joanne, you are next. I don't know if Joanne is still here. I know there are other pods that are happening at this time. Or there were. Let's go with Clark and Knapp. And you know what I'm going to do? We'll just remove Hughes and let the rest of these lineups build the way. Let's bring back Scheffler and Cam Davis. Let's see what shows up. Joanne's lineups. Wyndham Clark, Jason Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Yuan. We've already seen that one. I've already saved that one. John Bizzle asks, can you generate 5 to 10 optimal lineups for myself when I'm done? Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Clark, Day, Knapp, Davis, Dietrich, Yuan. Yeah, we already saved this one. That one. Okay. I want to bring back Yuan, and I'm going to kick out Davis. So Yuan isn't at the skill level that Sungjae Im was at, but I kind of view him at the same way. The amount that he plays at, and he's, well, I wouldn't say he's consistent, but for his level, he's consistent. Scheffler, Clark, Knapp, Yuan, Springer, and Lauer. I don't know how I feel about Lauer. Yeah, okay. We'll do one more, and then I'm probably gonna kick out Scotty Scheffler and build Joanne 2 more lineups. Good lineup here. I think we've already saved this one. Let me see. No, have not. Okay, I'm kicking out Scheffler. Of course, John, of course. Clark, Day, Jaeger, Knapp, Yuan, no. Okay, a lot of this is just all redundant. Let me kick out Yuan. All right, a little different. Clark, Day, Knapp, List, Dietrich, and Palmer. Kind of already seen Palmer List lineups already. Yeah, still showing up a lot. We've already seen this one. So I'm kind of getting recycled lineups, primarily because we're using like the same golfers, which is fine. You know, we've kind of already seen these ones. I don't like Smalley that much. All right, one more good one. Come on. Actually, this one isn't bad. Thigala, Clark, Knapp, List, Davis Thompson, and Springer. One more, though. One more. Clark, Day, Jaeger, Knapp, Hubbard. Okay. Okay. A lot of these are recycled lineups. We're seeing so many of the same ones, primarily because we're using the same golfers. Gonna go to the next one. I think Goodnight left. I just saw the message. She said, do you think Scotty still is winning if there's no live tour? I do. I think it might be a little, well, I actually think DJ and Rom probably give him more run for his money than the other guys that have been playing with him. But yeah. Mr. Daniel Bold, are you still in chat, sir? Zalatoris, Griffin, and Gim. All right. Zalatoris, Gim is what, 82? And Griffin right here. All right, this should be interesting. AM, AM. Oh, those are 3 AM guys, so we can only do PMs with the other 3. So we get Wyndham Clark, Zalatoris, Gim, Griffin, Sam Ryder, Michael Kim. So Ryder and Kim show up a lot. Daniel, when I'm building these lineups for you, if you keep seeing the same name, just tell me to kick whoever it is that you want kicked. I'll probably still ask though. Like Sam Ryder is going to show up a lot. Justin Suh is getting the boot now. It's lineup 2. Here comes lineup 3. Same thing, so we won't count it. It's Nate Lashley instead. Yeah, okay. So these 5 golfers, the optimizer likes a lot in these lines. You see my lines, Eric? So what I had done was I asked chat during roll call number 2 or roll call number 3 to give me their lineup construction. So I don't know if you sent it earlier than just now. I saw John Bizzle say thank you. So I see you just come in with Scotty and Siwoo lineups. I can certainly do that. If you posted it early on in the chat, I don't think I saw it. I think also later, I think now that I'm getting more engagement, it is very hard to track. Like if someone were to come in early in the stream and say, hey, can you build me lineups with these golfers? So I think we'll always have to wait, or you should message me on Twitter and just tell me your combos that way. And you know what? Maybe what I'll do, it's actually probably a smarter way to do this. Use the cheat sheet, make a new tab, and have you guys post in your combos you'd like me to build lineups around. That's probably the best way to do it. Daniel Bold, this lineup is really good. Clark, Zalatoris, Gim, Griffin, Ryder, and Goddard. I like that a lot. Let's kick Gim, but you told me to lock in Gim. It's fine. So it is Zalatoris and Griffin lineups. So we get Thigala, Zalatoris, Day, Griffin, Pendrith, and Springer. Not bad. Lineup 4. Lineup 5 is Zalatoris, Finau, Jason Day, Ben Griffin, Yuan, and Woodland. That's not terrible. No, you just posted them. Okay. Yep, I see them. So I'll be going down the list now. I still have, I think, 5 more lineups to build, maybe 4. Until we get to yours, but we will get there. Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Griffin, Yuan, Dylan Wu. I like that lineup. That's different. I just said that for the AM. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So do you want me to still have Gim kicked out of there? We got no issue with that. Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Griffin, Yuan, and Martin Laird. That's okay. Don't really care that much for it though. SH Kim. Interesting. All right, let's kick Yuan. Yuan, that's too much Yuan. Yeah, 3 AM is going to be fine. I mean, that's what I have my limit set to, is just 3. I think that's fine. Zalatoris, Day, Hughes, Cam Davis, Ben Griffin, and Sam Ryder. I mean, yeah, that seems pretty safe. Floor is pretty high with this lineup. I like it. I think, yeah, Bizzle, I saw that. I think you're probably lineup 3. Yours will be 3. Zalatoris, Day, Hughes, Cam Davis, Ben Griffin, and Davis Thompson. It's not terrible. I think it's like lineup 6 or 7 for you, Daniel. Zalatoris, Finau, Day, Griffin, Ryan Moore, Sam. Ooh. I like Sam Stevens more than like Moore. I'm actually going to bring back Stevens and kick out Moore. Definitely no Scammy Davis Jr. See what you did there. Ooh. So, if I'm being honest, Finau's not my favorite play this week, but if he's yours, this is a fantastic lineup. I like Pendrith and I like Schmidt. I really like Schmidt. I think he's turning it on. He's playing better golf. Last year, he was a rookie. He had all the potential in the world. He was pretty streaky, so there's definitely risk in playing Matty Schmidt, but this is a pretty good lineup. We'll call that lineup 7. Here's lineup 8. I don't mind Svensson. Don't really care for Blair. So Finau shows up a lot. Do you want Finau in your lineups? I can kick him. It's a really good lineup too. Yeah, before I build, I'll build you 2 more. Before I do that though, I want you to let me know. Do you want Finau in your lineups? My professional advice, don't play that much Finau. Pick him after this. Okay. You get Dietrich and Ramey. I'm just going to kick them and build 2. I bet you we find good lineups. Clark, Zalatoris, Day, Griffin, Pendrith, Tyson Alexander. Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. And the last one. Sahith, Zalatoris, Day, Griffin, List, Jimmy Walker. I don't know about that. All right. Craig Bates. Are you still in the chat, sir? Okay. Oh, will Thigala, Scheffler, Taylor more fit? Yeah, we can check. That lineup that just showed up on the screen, not the greatest one. I am sorry, Daniel. I mean, Ben Taylor, I guess you could do worse. Is Ben Taylor at least a PM golfer? Yes, he is. Okay. That's not terrible. Thigala, Scheffler, Taylor Moore. All right. We will build Craig 5 lineups. Craig, Scotty Scheffler, Thigala, Taylor Moore, Dietrich, Springer, JJ Spawn. Yeah. A lot of common guys will be showing up, like Wu, Yuan, Ryder. Here's another one. I like this, by the way. Like, don't get me wrong. I like this lineup. Ryder, Yuan, and Wu are some of my favorite low price guys. Ooh. Okay. This is different. I like it. Hubbard, Yuan, and Johnny Vegas. I'm going to kick out Yuan since that's 2 lineups and we're building you 5. I don't feel good about having that much Yuan. I feel like we saw a lineup like this. If I save it, do you think we get a dupe? We do not. Okay. Scheffler, Thigala, Knapp, Taylor Moore, Hayden Springer, and Rafael Campos. What was our other Campos lineup? Right here. Had Ryder, Dietrich. Yeah, so it actually had Scheffler, Day, Knapp, Dietrich, Ryder. So Knapp and Scheffler. And those are it. Okay. I don't mind it. It's lineup 4. Here comes lineup 5. Not super great. Ben Taylor. Yeah, we'll do another one. Hayden Springer, Patton Kazire. How about this? Let's kick out Davis and kick out Springer. Hayden Springer, I gave him a 100-point bonus, so my optimizer wouldn't have liked him if it wasn't for that. I don't want that one. I want to get you a 1 good one that I feel comfortable with. This one's close. I don't like Hadley. I think he's an AM golfer, if I remember correctly. Justin Hadley at 6,800. Where are you at? Yeah. AM golfer. I want to bring back Schmid and kick out Kim. I don't mind Michael Kim this week, by the way. I think Michael Kim's a pretty good play this week. Scheffler, Thigala, Taylor Moore, Ryder, Suh, and you know what? I don't mind this. Duncan and Suh, not right. I think Suh's PM. Let's see if Duncan is PM. So Suh was what, 6,200? He's PM. Duncan was 57. He's AM. Okay, yeah. No. Let's move on. Let's do one more good one. Okay, so that was Craig Bates. Line build with Scotty and Clark for Mr. Fruke. Mr. Fruke, are you still in the chat? Good night. Are you still here too? Or GD night, as I like to call you. John Bizzle, you are on deck, it looks like. Okay. All right, Scotty and Clark. We'll do this. Scotty and Clark. I'm just gonna kick Davis out. I don't want. You know what? Never mind. I'll give you like one or two good Davis lineups. The rest of these guys, yeah, we can keep those kicked. Scheffler, Clark, Davis, Ryder, Reeve, Norlander. So I like Norlander more than I like Reeve. 57-58. We'll bring him back and kick out Reeve. I'm going to build 5 lineups for Mr. Farouk, starting now. Here's lineup 1. Lashley, Wallace, Norlander to go with Cam Davis, Wyndham Clark, Scheffler. Okay. Maybe a waste of Norlander there, but maybe not. Maybe Davis is just that good. I will save this one. Because there's a lot of upside to this. Scheffler, Clark, Davis, Ryder, Goddard, and Lauer. I'm going to kick out Davis now, but that's an interesting lineup. So that's lineup 2. Lineup 3 is Scheffler, Clark, List, Ryder, Norman, Lauer. I don't like Lauer that much because whatever he withdrew from last week, it's unknown, and that's kind of scary. I'm going to move past this one too. Justin Sun, Nick Hardy don't really excite me that much. Nor does Zach Blair. Okay, just to be different, this isn't bad. Scheffler, Clark, List, Ryder, Lashley, Hall. I don't think you need to get that different though. Harry Hall, not okay. Here's a good one. Well, I thought it'd be a good one. I see Justice Suh. I'm a huge fan of Doherty this week. I was watching Byron and Spencer's video or podcast yesterday. Doherty is something that Byron brings up a lot in the last 2 weeks in his podcast. He calls him Doherty. It's Kevin Doherty. And I actually really like this guy. Doherty, So the interesting things that I saw, I just wanted to see if his pronunciation for his name was in this PGA Tour profile. It wasn't. But what I learned was he's got a very rigorous or vigorous, maybe rigorous is the right word, diet and workout regimen. So, and he hits the ball a mile. So I don't mind that, like, especially in this field. And he's a rookie Corn Ferry guy coming up. He's 32 years old. Outside of that, he wants to, if he wasn't golfing, he'd love to have like a game preserve or something like that, like a big hunting lodge. So he likes to hunt, which means he's great for target practice or targeting the optimal lineup. Let's bring him back and kick out Suh. Like, I don't mind going back to Suh, but I'm going to have such low exposure to him that in all of these lineups that I'm building, I would never see his name that as much as he's showing up right now. John Bizzle, will your website have projected ownership? That's a good question. I would say, well, one, I can ask you guys, do you want to see projected ownership? I've never done it myself, so I'd have to learn. Not saying I couldn't, but I have no idea what goes into some of the other calculations for ownership. I know there is a total number that you'd want to get it added up to. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, trying to think how I would do it. I honestly don't know, because again, if there are other sites, like say Fantasy National, for instance, will use their lineup generator to provide them the knowledge of how many golfers are being selected, which I think is kind of bullshit. Unless that's something you agree to when you sign up on the site. Would you like us to use your information to share ownership across the rest of the users that use Fantasy National? Like, that's something I do not agree with. If I'm building lineups, I don't want anyone else to know what I'm doing with my lineups. But that's how they get their projected ownership. So I don't know. I don't know if it would even be accurate if I did have projected ownership. Like, last week I could have told you Xander would have been like 30, probably 33% is what I would have imagined his ownership would have been. And I'd have been 4% off. Like, it would have been from 33 to 37. I'd have been a little off. And then you go down from there. I could probably do projected ownership. I just don't know how accurate it would be. All right, Mr. Farouk. Scheffler, Clark, Hubbard, Ryder, Norman, Laird. I don't mind that. Norman and Laird, I don't know if I want. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, Laird is someone that I probably would want to kick out of that lineup and just try something with Norman. But here's a good one. Scheffler, Clark, Svensson, Ryder, Dylan Wu, Nate Lashley. I'll build like one or two more. This is a very interesting conversation. What part do you find interesting? And I also don't know what the delay is between you and I, so that's why I'm asking. All right, one more good one, and we'll move on. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Let me kick out Lashley. I think that's the only thing I don't really like looking at in these lineups is Lashley. Lashley and Laird were the guys I didn't want to see. Doherty is unlocked. Let's unlock Vegas. Just want to see something. Ownership? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I personally don't care about ownership. Like, the optimizer, the optimal lineup doesn't care about ownership. The optimal lineup's just perfection, right? It's just, and that's all my website, that's all that my process is aiming to do, is to try to be perfect in building lineups. And ownership, it doesn't really matter, because like when it comes down to it, the only, like, the top two owned guys are the only ones that you guys need to care about. Like, Scheffler and Clark will be the top owned guys this week. Putting them together might be odd, but the combo together might only be in 2% of lineups. And I guarantee you, it's not going to have Vegas in them. And like, you're not going to have any Woodland Vegas lineups, or even like Vegas Pendrith or Vegas Hughes lineups. And the likelihood of all four of these guys being in a lineup together would only come about with like a Scheffler Clark lineup. But then you would have to go Scheffler Clark Hughes, which Scheffler Clark, would you actually go to Hughes if you had the opportunity to build a lineup? Or would you go to Cam Davis or Ben Griffin? You're probably going to Davis and Griffin over Hughes, right? And I know some people like Olesen or even Jake Knapp. You'd probably go over those guys. Taylor Moore, I've heard tonight. Akshay Bhatia, Doug Gim. Those are all golfers you're probably choosing over Mac Hughes to go with Scheffler and Clark. So right away, when it comes to building lineups, it doesn't really matter. Like, you want to get leverage on other people in the contest you're playing. You're already going to get a sense of that with Scheffler. Like, how many people are talking about Scheffler? I honestly, I don't know where people get their numbers for ownership. I imagine it's running simulations. I imagine it's probably scraping data off of websites of people going to their sites. Like I was just talking about Fantasy National, and how many clicks that you click on a guy's name. That's probably being recorded somewhere, and it's determining what are the most popular names that are being selected or being looked into, and that's how the ownership's happening. Otherwise, it's a total guess. It's a total guess. And it's probably based off of odds. Maybe that's where it comes from. Maybe that's where the algorithm for ownership comes from with odds. I don't know. I really don't know. This lineup here is a really good lineup to end on, though, for Mr. Farouk. Did I say this one already? I did not. Yeah, this is a good one. I like that. Woodland, Vegas, proven winners in the past. All right, Bizzle, we are on to you, sir. I am sorry for the delay. We have Norin, which I love, Willie Z, and Clark. Holy guacamole. What the hell? That's ballsy, sir. But it's going to work out. We have so much freedom to work with not playing Scotty. Clark, Willie Z, and Norin. PM, 1 a.m., and another PM. Perfect. Didn't realize sites were using users' information like that. Oh, yeah. Mr. Farouk, I didn't even know you were in the chat, man. You could have let me know if you didn't like any of those lineups. I could have switched it up for you. But BG Little Neck, yeah, that's what Fantasy National does. I have no idea what the other sites do. I imagine most of them are guesses. You know, and there are dedicated people that pay attention to that stuff that are hired. Like, I know, like Rick Run Good has his own guy. I forget what his name is, but he used to work for Fantasy National, I think. Or he might have been the Cut Sweats guy. I can't remember, but he's a notable dude that's done ownership, and that's all he looks at. Is kind of like, you know, trying to figure it out. And they're not 100% correct. They could be like 2, 3, 4% out, like off, and that's close enough. Which, in all reality, it is close enough, but it also, again, kind of begs the question, like, why does it matter? To some extent. Do I have a hot take on Cole Hammer? Cole Hammer had a pedigree that was promising. What will happen to young people is life. Life happens to young people. And life comes at people differently. Cole Hammer, as a 15-year-old, I think he qualified for the US Open at 15 years old. That's impressive, especially coming from the Texas section. That's or regional. That's very good. Very good. Girls could have been the issue with Cole Hammer. Maybe Cole Hammer got into girls. Maybe Cole Hammer got into alcohol. Maybe Cole Hammer got into drugs. Maybe Cole Hammer got into school. Maybe Cole Hammer's puberty was delayed, and now He's dealing with body changes. You never know what happened to Cole Hammer, but it seemed promising what his potential could be, much like Bo Hosler. So Cole Hammer still has a little bit more leeway. He's probably, what, 19, 20 years old, something like that. He's not that old. But his pedigree alone, I'm interested. Yeah, he's not a PGA Tour member. He's probably in the... He's 24 years old. Wow. Okay. What's he doing? Is he on the Corn Ferry Tour? He is. 12 out of 26 cuts made, 3 top 10 finishes. He kind of disappeared. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's a Texas boy, right? That's the only thing I can say positive about Cole Hammer. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. AJ Love, what's up, man? Kick all 3 if you could. All 3 of the guys you don't want. Davis, Kim, and Wu. Yeah. Scammy Boy Davis and Brennan Woo Woo Woo. All kicked. Mr. D'Lo, are you also in the chat still? Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, Dietrich, Carl Yuan, and JJ Spawn. Again, Yuan to Spawn. Not terrible. I'm just going to hit Run Optimizer one more time. You let me know who to kick. You want Dietrich and Yuan kicked? Dietrich, Pendrith, and Vegas. Yeah, sign me up. I like that one. I'll wait for you, John. Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, Dietrich, Pendrith, and Vegas. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Ryan, I think your lamps are next, man. Are you that tired? It's all good. Actually, Mr. D'Lo's are next. But I can build your lineups next. Oh, Mr. D'Lo is still. Oh yeah, he's here. Appreciate the hot take. Yeah, you're welcome, man. All right. Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, List, Wu, and Lashley. Interesting. I would much rather have Dylan Wu than Lashley. Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, List, Hubbard, Ben Taylor. Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, List, Hubbard, Ben Taylor. Not Ben Taylor. Appreciate that, Mr. D'Lo. I don't know if Ryan is still in the chat though. Ryan Henson, if you are, we can build your lineups next. I don't know how I feel about Lauer and Smalley. Like those two guys together. Not okay. So this is a lineup I like. Clark, Zalatoris, Norin, Dietrich, Norman, and SH Kim. I'm gonna save that for myself. I like that one. Pick TP. That'd be Pendrith. Pick JJ and Pendrith. Pendrith no longer. I like this one a lot. I don't know if you want Dietrich in your lineups though. This lineup I like a lot. All three. Wait, kick LL. I think I'm moving too fast for you. I'll wait. What do you want? What do you want done here? Kick LL. Or LI? Was that Luke List? All right, I'm gonna kick D-Tree. Since you said kick all, I have no idea where you are in the stream, but we'll kick all. And I'll build two more lineups. Justin Sugg can get the kick too. You didn't want Taylor Pendrith. Woo's okay though. I don't mind this lineup. All right, one more good one. Wherever that is, whatever I deem good, we'll do one more. This one's good. I like this one. Clark, Zalatoris, Norn, Svensson, Ryder, and Nick Hardy. Let's do a couple more just because. Clark, Zalatoris, Norn, List, Schmid, Reavy. Oh, I like Schmid. Maybe not so much Reavy. All right. Kicking that one, and then one more. Clark, Zalatoris, Norn, Liz, Hubbard, and Endicott. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I like this one as well. You said kick Luke List, so I'll do one more. I know I've been saying one more. I'm that type of guy that's like, I'm going to do one more as long as I can find a perfect one. If not, then one more. That one's okay. All right, that's good enough. Bizzle, I'll get back to you if you want me to build some more lineups. We're going to move on. I don't see Ryan in the chat anymore, so Mr. Delo, you are next, sir. Scotty, Norin, and Timor. First lineup, Scheffler, Norin, Cam Davis, Taylor Moore, Carl Yuan, and Hayden Springer. I do like me a Hayden Springer. I do not want me a Cam Davis. Let me know if you want me to bring back Cam Davis, but I'm kicking him. I'm booting him, Mr. D'Elo. John Bizzle, you are welcome, sir. Scheffler, Norin, Knapp, Moore, Yuan, Vay. Yeah, this is the best lineup. I can't say the best lineup. I like this lineup a lot. Wave advantage week. I don't think there's going to be a wave advantage per se, because I still think your elite golfers will find their way inside the top 10 that have the AM PM wave. But like I was saying earlier, I do not want to sweat out a cut from one of the scrubs that's in the AM PM wave. So personally for me, when I'll build lineups here at the end. John wants me to build some lineups, so I will build lineups the way that I see them, the way that I'd want them. They're not going to have scrubs in the AM PM wave at all. Not at all. And I'll show you what that looks like. Scheffler, Norin, Moore, Thompson, Ryder, Woo. I like that lineup a lot. I think Davis Thompson is good enough. Ryder is very consistent, and Brandon Wu I think is very good value for that price. It's a really good lineup. I mean, that second lineup I built for you is so good. No, I traditionally like PM AM golfers. Like, if you think about it, if you tee off in the morning Thursday, you're done somewhere between 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Somewhere in that vicinity, because the last tee time goes out like 2:30, somewhere in there. When you are a golfer, you play a round and you're like, damn it, I didn't play the greatest, I'm gonna go to the driving range. You go to the driving range, you fix what you're working on. Well, you get the whole next day too, all the way until 11:30 a.m. So you could go to the golf course early, hit balls on a crowded driving range, and try to, work on what you worked on the day before. What if, I mean, this happens in golf, you show up to the driving range and what you learned the night before, you can't get to the next day. Now you're just reeling, and you go onto the golf course and like, you're trying to figure it all out. Now, the opposite could be true. You could go to the driving range really early Friday morning, figure it out, go and play the golf, the round Friday, and make the cut no problem. You could certainly do that. I just don't think that's how it happens on the PGA Tour, not especially with these bad golfers. So I just rather stay away. I rather play my AM guys somewhere in here. And to be quite honest with you, just right in here is kind of where I would much rather play my AM golfers. Some of them down here, I guess I don't mind, but it's just going to be more difficult to figure out which of those golfers are the best ones to choose. This is a really good lineup. I'm going to show you how my lineups go right after this, though. I think I got to build Ryan Henson's lineups soon after. It goes you, and I think... just gonna double check. I don't have any other lineup considerations. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna just pin his Ryan's. I forgot his last week, so I'm just gonna pin his and then get to him later. I'll continue on with these lineups, and then I'll build my lineups afterwards. But I got to use the restroom. So I'm going to probably call this podcast quits after I build my lineups. Scheffler, Noren, Taylor Moore, Dietrich, Ryder, Callum, Tarrant. I don't mind that one. I really don't. Have you ever tracked the PMAM stuff? No, I mean, I guess the only thing that I feel like the only thing I've tracked are my feelings about the PMAM stuff. I did talk about the Valspar last week. I said the same thing, and then I covered it in this video earlier on, where I showed you, like, right before building lineups, the Valspar, very few scrubs came from the AM PM wave. They all came from the PMAM inside the top 10. I don't even know how to say that name. I mean, GOFUYS. It's like GoFies. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, you're welcome, man. New subscriber. Awesome, dude. Appreciate you. This lineup is pretty sexy. Scheffler, Noren, Taylor Moore, Hubbard, Yuan, and Campillo. Yeah, I don't mind Campillo this week. I'll build like one more Mr. D'Lo, one more good one, and this is it. Moore, Dietrich, Cam Champ, and Michael Kim. I like that one too. All right, let me do Ryan Henson's. I'll build mine. GoFies, I think that's probably how you say your name. Let me know if that's incorrect, and I will try again. But if you want me to build lineups for you, I certainly can. I build 5 lineups for subscribers, which you just became a subscriber, so I appreciate that. If you want lineup consideration, give me 2 to 4 golfers you want me to build lineups around, and I'll let the optimizer do its work. But I am building lineups for Mr. Ryan Henson right now. Ryan, here you go. I'm going to build him 10. Jay Stamps, what's going on, man? If you don't have Scotty, then do you automatically lose? Good question. I think if I am I was gonna say, if I'm a betting man, I am a betting man. I think Scotty's top 10 percentage is at this moment in time like 80%, 70%, 80%. Why wouldn't you do that? So too is Wyndham Clark, by the way. Wyndham Clark is super high on the list as well. Yeah, I wouldn't so much say it's a coin toss between the two, because if it was, then you choose Wyndham Clark. I just feel more confident about Scotty's game than I do Wyndham's game. Like, Scotty is automatic. He finds fairways at a clip that's insane. He finds greens and reg at a clip that's insane. His putter's the only thing that, like, hurts him. And then you got Wyndham Clark, who made a record amount of putts, like length of putts at Pebble. If he doesn't make those putts, he doesn't win that tournament, you know? And I have no idea what his putting stats look like at the Players or even at the API, but I feel more confident playing Scotty. And I think that's all it comes down to. What's your comfort level? Do you want to risk it all and then potentially, you know, do you want the leverage play with the potential of just having the worst lineup of the week, but having that leverage over Scotty? Or do you think you can build a lineup with Scotty in it that's still competitive? Because 13,000 to basically 11,000, that $2,000 price difference. I'll say this: there aren't many golfers that are in the 7K range or even the 6K range that are worth your trouble. Like that's all shooting. Like that's trying to find a needle in a haystack. Your 9K range and your 10K range is where it's at. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents. Scheffler, Siwoo Kim, Knapp, Dietrich, Michael Kim, and Hayden Springer. I like this lineup, Ryan. This lineup I like a lot. We'll see if common names show up. Like this one I like, but it's the same names that I kind of want my optimizer to select. So I actually like that one. J Stamps. Let's see. What if you do a lineup with the top 4 people on the list, 9K and below? You will be different and still can possibly be optimal. That is true. Yeah. One thing to note, we went over the optimal and GPP winning lineups, the optimal lineups and the GPP winning lineups earlier on in the segment. The 9K range has just been dreadfully awful at this tournament, whether it was at the Golf Club of Houston or at Memorial Park. Doesn't matter which golf course it is, 9K range, usually not super great. And looking at the 9K range here, now that I say that, I kind of feel... I'll show you what my lineup is going to be later, a little bit later here, but it would include 2 9K golfers. And now that I see it, I'm not, and now that I, talked it through, I'm not sure if I want that. We'll see. Scheffler, Siwoo Kim, Knapp, Ryder, Yuan, Brennan Wu. These are my low price guys that I'm super comfortable with. I imagine Ryan doesn't like Yuan, so let's kick out Yuan. Scheffler, Siwoo, List, Dietrich, Yuan, Lashley. I don't like that one. Lashley can, whatever. Spawn with, I don't really like Suh either. It's a lot of Suh. I'm okay with him, being a PM golfer, but I'd rather just ignore it. Okay, GoFi's, I want you to give me all of the golfers in a lineup you want built. So you said Noren, Norlander, Clark, Hughes are all 4 of those golfers you want in a lineup together. I just want, give me 2 to 4 golfers you want me to build a lineup with, and I will do that. J Stamps, Buzzballs. Hey, I had my first one. I think during Christmas time. I think I bought some nearby. I think they were in a bigger town. I saw them at the checkout register. I got the pina colada one. It's pretty good. Lots of alcohol in that little, a lot of bite in that little can. I got pretty drunk that night. I only had one of those. I don't think that was the cause, but it was easy to this probably helped me get a little buzzed. This lineup here with Cam Davis, if you're a Cam Davis truther this week, this lineup is super sexy. Hubbard, Ryder, and Norlander. I like that one a lot. Take your pick. Okay, you got it. Don't like that one for Ryan. I'm building Ryan Henson some lineups now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna kick out Davis. I like this lineup for Ryan. Scheffler, Siwoo Kim, Knapp, List, Palmer, and Vegas. Yeah, I like that one. I think I got like 4 more lineups for Ryan to build here, so let me just buzz through them. I don't really care for that one. We won't count that. Don't care for that one either. All right, this is a little bit different. Taylor Moore, Ryder, Pendrith, Palmer. That can be lineup 104. A little different here as well. Knapp, Hubbard, Ryder, Kazire. I like that. That's lineup 204. I also like this one. Knapp, Ryder, Norman, and Woodland. Looks pretty good. I don't want this to be lineup 4. Harry Holland, Kevin Chappell. I can't trust that. Nah, I don't think so. Ryan Moore and Martin Laird, no thanks. I don't want Alex Smalley either. Or Ches Reavie, to be honest. Oh, just give me one more good one. Come on. There we go. Yeah, this is fine. Scheffler, Kim, Luke List, Hubbard, Ryan Moore, and Chris Gotterup. I like that one, Ryan Henson. And that is, I mean, that's more than 10, but that last one was a good one. Alrighty then. Go Fies, take my pick. So I like Norin, Mitchell, Billy Hole lineups. That's okay. J Stamps. Yours will be right after Go Fies. So Norin and Clark, I want. And then you say Hughes and Norlander. Yeah, that's fine too. I think that all will work out. Let's do that. Let's build those guys together. You are a subscriber, so I'll build you 5. Here, how about this? I'm going to run Optimizer. We'll see if Norlander is just picked naturally. That's usually a good sign. This one's pretty good. Clark, Norin, Yeager, Hughes, List, and Hardy. Yeah, I like that one a lot, actually. So that's lineup 1. I really want to see Norlander just show up. Ooh. Not a huge fan of Davis. Like, I want to do a wait and see approach with Cameron Davis. Okay, so we're going to kick out Davis. Too much. Too much. Too much exposure. List, Svensson, and Ryder. I like that lineup a lot. So it's lineup 2. Lineup 2 of 5, Go Fies. Nope, I'm not going to include that one. Luke List, though, showing up a lot in these lineups. Just fine. That is... I like this lineup a lot. Clark, Norin, Hughes, Batia, List, and Ryder. Go Fies, I have a really weird superstition about putting price tags together. I personally don't like to do it. That's stupid. Doesn't make any logical sense. If you like this lineup, you play this lineup. It's a really good lineup. Oh, I know Norlander's going to show up. This one's good too. List, Dietrich, and McIntyre. So that's lineup 3 of 5. 4 of 5. That's lineup 4 of 5. I'll build you one more good one. This is a really good one right here. But I want to see if Norlander shows up. And if he doesn't show up in this next one, build one more. And if he doesn't show up there, then I'm going to force him in. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I like that one too. Dylan Wu. All right, Norlander, there you are. There's a potential this doesn't work out. It could break the optimizer. Oh my God. We get to put Daniel Berger in a lineup? Berger hasn't been showing up in any of these lineups. Hell yeah, dude, sign me up. Jaeger, Hughes, Berger, Norlander. Heck yeah. That's an exciting lineup. We haven't seen Berger all night in these lineups. And then it breaks. So it breaks because I have all of these conditionals in here. This follows the sweet spot process 100%. Why we weren't seeing Norlander was primarily because he probably doesn't fit with a lot of these other the other golfers. I'm gonna kick out Hughes and just put Norlander and see what happens with Clark and Norin to go with Norlander. Yeah, so we get another lineup built, and this one has Wyndham Clark and then Zalatoris to go with Norin, Dietrich, Yuan, which I like a lot, and Norlander. So I'm gonna save that one. That's a duplicate, actually. I've already saved this one somewhere else, so it's a good sign. Lineup I already like. Let's kick out Dietrich and see what happens. Well, there's Mitchell. Oh my God. Yeah, what a sexy lineup. Clark, Norin, Mitchell, List Rider, Norlander. This is almost Jay Stamp's lineup. We have Norin in there with Mitchell, but we do not have Billy Ho. This is really good. I like this lineup a lot. This is one of my favorites tonight. One of them. Okay, that was all the lineups for GoFis. GoFis, basically what I do is I build 5 lineups for subscribers, 3 lineups for non-subscribers, and 10 lineups for members. Members have the little badge next to their name. And I built you more than 5, so we're all good. We're all good. Norin for J Stamps. Mitchell. And Billy Ho, which was what, 7,500 if I remember? No. 83. Whoa. PM golfer though. I like that. All right, let's see what happens. I might have to change something. I didn't have to. I thought I was gonna have to change the 10K filter because I have it selecting, you want to select a 10K golfer. This lineup's very sexy. Thigala, Norin, Mitchell, Horschel, Svensson, Vegas. I like that lineup a lot. It's a really good lineup. Here, J Stamps. I'll put your lineup up in the... I forgot to even do GoFi's, put his up there, but here we go. Thigala, Norin, Mitchell, Horschel, Svensson, Lauer. Don't really care for that one. See, I told you. What did you tell me? Thigala, Norin, Mitchell, Horschel, Thompson, Hardy. That one's pretty good too. It's a good one just to like, to be different. I like that one a lot. We add Penrith and Wu to that mix, which I don't mind either. McIntyre and Kim, another good combo to go with those 4. So it looks like Thigala's probably the only way you can build with the 10K thing. Let me double check, see what happens if we choose someone else. It might break. It does. Let's not put a 10K golfer in the list and see what it does. It might still select Thigala, so let me probably change that. No, it does not. All right, 49.4. That might be too much money left on the table, but it's pretty good. You get Norin, Mitchell, Rye, Horschel, Hubbard, and Ryder, which got no issues with that. Thigala, Norin, Mitchell, Horschel, Penrith, and Garrick Higo, which has a wrist issue, I wouldn't play Higo. We talked about that last week, like be careful, and then he withdrew the next day. Sam Ryder with Tyler Duncan, I don't like either. I like Tyler Duncan. Victor Perez and JJ Spawn, yeah, sign me up there. I like that one. All right, two more good ones. Pendrith and Barnes, got no issues with that. So Thigala is kind of your anchor. And Parker Cootie. All of these lineups are really good, J Stamps. If you want to see those ones again, I would just recommend hitting the little scroll bar here and just going back and maybe slowing it down or pausing it in those videos. But those were good. Those were good lineups. Our minds are melding. I'm scared. Or I'm scarred. Why are you scarred? That was my lineup that I had built with Kim. Then there we go. We got all things, you know, doing all those things are, or I should say this, building a lineup with the sweet spot process that you hand built is just a good sign. Just a good sign. All right, Mr. Bizzle, you still in the chat? You want to see, okay, you actually said something. Is the ownership percentage those players are seeing your lineups tonight? Yeah, so this right here is what I've saved so far. Like the lineups that I've built for you guys that I like and I save, that's what these ownership numbers are reflecting. That's everybody these are all the lineups that are being saved. Because I like some of them. And I'll go through this tomorrow night, or maybe even tonight or early morning tomorrow, and just kind of go through the ones that I actually really like and probably split those out. Accent? I just felt like it was better to go at least one or two contrarian lineups. Yeah, I hear you. Okay. John, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but here's what I'm going to do. Basically, my optimizer, I want the max to be 2 for AM PM. I do not want 3 or more AM PM guys. I think like Jason Day and Scotty Scheffler, which are the thumbnail of this picture or of this video, I have them because I like those two guys together. Jason Day is a PM guy. Norin is a PM guy. I like both of these guys. I don't mind some of these other golfers, but honestly, I want to do this. This is how I want to start. Scheffler, Day, and Norin. That's how I want to start my lineups. And the golfers that come with it, I have no issue. Like, I've already built some of these. Ryan Moore, I don't really care for. But like this lineup here, I like a lot. And quite frankly, I'm going to bring back Norlander and I'm going to kick out Wu. I don't know. Now that I've seen some of these lineups, I don't know if I want Brandon Wu. Boo, this guy's a marathon runner. Or bro, I just saw boo. Bro. Yeah, we're going to be done soon though. Quick question, doesn't most of the winners in DraftKings come from the AM wave? I don't think so. Not last week. Like, just to show you, last week and this week I think are going to be very similar. So I'm just going to highlight all the PM golfers just so you can see these are your top 12s. So that's all your PM. Your AM golfers, Cam Young, who is a good golfer, Mac Hughes, which is a previous winner, Christian Bezuidenhout, $8,800, Scott Stallings, $6,000. Stallings has won on tour before. Bezuidenhout has not, although he did get the winning purse for the American Express. You only have 4 golfers that are in the AM wave from the Valspar, where wind was going to be a factor Friday. By the way, this week, wind will be a factor on Friday. What I don't want to do is sweat one of these AM scrubs. So, you know, like Scott Stallings or even Mac Hughes to some extent. I wouldn't have wanted to like, I just want you to realize something. You have a 6K golfer in Mac Hughes, and you have a 6K golfer in Scott Stallings down here. That's it for AM. And I mean, I guess you could also include Thomas Dietrich for $6,800. That was an AM golfer. There's some other AMs down here that I don't really care to talk about, but your other scrubs, Peter Malnati, scrub of scrubs. Ryan Moore, scrub of scrubs. Chandler Phillips, another scrub. Carl Yuan, scrub. 5,500, 5,500, 5,600, and 6,200. They all were in the PMAM wave. I much rather have my scrub golfers be in the PMAM wave. Like, yes, you can get a Scott Stallings. You could also get a Mac Hughes. You can get those golfers. But they're not necessarily scrubs per se. Like Scott Stallings, sure, but not so much Mac Hughes, although he was playing pretty awful heading into that event, but still not terrible. So if I were to go to this week's tournament, the only AM golfers I'm comfortable with would be those that are at the, you know, the top of the price, the price leaderboard. Scotty, Zalatoris, Mitchell. I don't even know. I don't want Mitchell. Not after last week's with him in the. I mean, he on Saturday when it didn't matter, when he was playing from far behind, he got hot his last 4 holes and jumped up the leaderboard. Otherwise, you know, Sunday was a travesty. Out of these guys, Bo Hosler's a Texas dude. I don't like Bo Hosler. I don't want to play him. Steven Yeager and Aaron Rye are borderline okay. Like this, either of these guys reminds me of Christian Bazane last week. Either one of those guys. And then up here, Zalatoris reminds me of Cameron Young. Cameron Young of last week. So I don't mind playing Zalatoris at all, but I still probably play Scheffler even with Zalatoris. Like I got no issue with that. And then just skip all the other AM golfers that are in here. But yeah, when I come down here into like the 6K range, so some AM golfers I don't want to play. Hadley, no. Even Novak, despite him being hot, don't want to play him. Peter Malnati, pass. Matt Wallace, pass. Grayson Sigg, pass. Baddeley, pass. Stevens, maybe, but most likely pass. Bjork, pass. Razorman, pass. Carson Young, pass. Stuart Sink, pass. Like those are scrubs I don't want to play in the AM wave. Woodland is a proven winner, so this would be like your Mac Hughes from last week, $6,100, or even your Scott Stallings. That's probably a better comp. Dylan Wu, I didn't realize he was an AM golfer. I'll probably pass on him now that I see that. Neesmith, pass. Higo, pass. SH Kim, pass. Martin Laird, pass. Reevy, pass. Dunlap, pass. Although Dunlap has just previously won, so I guess maybe not so much. Duncan is a proven winner. He won the RSM Classic like Mackenzie Hughes, so maybe he's okay to play. I don't know. I don't mind it, but I'll pass with Harry Hall. Parker Cootie is okay. Brandon Wu is okay. Like I do like Brandon Wu. Burgoon, pass. Sam Bennett, I want to play, but probably pass. Nick Hardy has one on tour, but probably pass. Bridgman, Zhang, Skins, Meisner, pass. On, pass. Lauer, pass. Lonto, pass. Actually, I don't even know if Han is $5,400 yet. You know what? Lonto has won here before, so I guess I don't mind playing some of him. But you see what I'm getting at? It's like a lot of these AM golfers, no thank you. Whitney, nope. Brem, nope. Although Brem is a winner too. Toasty, no thank you. Highsmith, no thank you. Like, I don't want to play any of those guys. If it comes down to sweating a cut and they're in the AM PM wave, nah. Nope. Mornings are usually calmer. Not really so much in Texas or Florida, but still mornings tend to be calmer. And quite frankly, the wind will be increasing throughout the day. If you look at windfinder.com, you'll see that the wind is going to progressively get worse. Morning dew in the AM, that just means the golf ball stops faster. And these golfers want more control over their golf ball. Plus, putting will be slower. So anyways, yes. AM, I'm trying to avoid like the plague for the top, or for the bottom guys. So, like this, I don't mind. So what, we have Campos. What was he? Did we kick him out already? Campos. He's in the PM wave, so I don't mind that. PM, not bad. Got no issue with that at all. So this lineup here, I like a lot. Springer, Hubbard. What do we have? 2 AM guys, and I think it's Hubbard who's my AM guy. Yeah, Hubbard. And that's fine. I don't mind Hubbard. So like this lineup here, John Bizzle, I'm saving this. This is a lineup I like a lot. I actually, and this is another lineup I like. I don't really like Hadley. Let me do one extra thing. I look at the 7K combo buckets before building lineups, just so you guys are aware. So I had said you want to play 1 to 2 of these guys, 0 to 1 of these guys, and 0 to 1 of these guys. So I like Yuan. Got no issue with Yuan. But I need to figure out who I want to play up here. So when it comes down to it, I'm probably actually... Well, first of all, we're going to do this. I want to give Norin a boost in my point total. I want him to be closer to Day. I just want to see if the optimizer will select him, because what I really truly want to figure out is which golfer... I mean, look at that. Hubbard was in this lineup right here. That last one that I saved. Hubbard. Perfect. He is one golfer that I said you want to play, that I want to play. I also don't mind Bramlett. I really like Bramlett at this course, and I don't mind Dietrich. But I need to figure out of these guys, who do I really want to play? And quite frankly, what I could do is just go down the list and just see what are the best lineups that I can play with those golfers. So Ben Griffin, I do like Ben Griffin. Yeah, I'm gonna actually skip Ben Griffin. AM Wave, okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to, let's font this red. Dietrich, are you also in the AM Wave? He is. Okay, so here we go. This is fun. Bramlett, what are we at? Bramlett, $6,600. Are you a morning guy? He's a PM guy. Perfect. Sign me up. So this is a good one. I'm actually gonna color this one green. I want to go through this whole list. Oh, Ryan Moore is up there too, and I've been kind of crapping on Ryan Moore this whole time. Let's do that color, I guess. Moore, $6,500. PM guy. Okay, so he's also going to be green. Hubbard is a morning guy, so we'll color him red. Batia, 7,500. What are we at? He's a morning guy. Powers of deduction, baby. That's all that this is. Powers of deduction. Victor Perez. Oh, sign me up. PM guy. McIntyre and Silverman. Okay. So Silverman is where? Well, there's McIntyre. He's a PM guy. And Silverman, 6,500. Where you at? Where you at? Another PM guy. Okay. All right. I mean, we got our list here. I think I still stick to one of these guys, Bramlett or Ryan Moore. I'm gonna do Bramlett. So we'll go yes with Bramlett, yes with Scheffler, and build some lineups. I have to go soon though. Nature's calling, and we need to take care of that. So I love this lineup outside of Cam Davis. $7,700 Cam Davis. Are we an AM golfer? Yeah. So I don't trust that. Yeah, a lineup like this, I love so much. 4-2. That's fine. Who's my other AM? Well, Scheffler's one. Is Nappy Boy another? So is Nap. There you go. Those are the 2 AM guys I'm comfortable playing. Hit Wyndham Clark even. Holy hell. Let's kick out Nap just to see what happens. No, let me kick out Springer. I think Springer, I have too much exposure. I'm already getting too excited about Springer. Good night, Josh. Nice to have you lurking this entire time. 20 viewers right now? That's crazy. There we go. Day and Norin to go with my boy Scheffler. Spawn Duncan? Sure. I'll revisit that later. All right. I'm going to build 2 more. I don't think I can hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom ASAP. This one's pretty good too. Kim. I kick out Kim. Let's see. Yeah, Lashley's not going to do it for me either. Where are we at, Lashley? I just want to see. So, Ryder love. Give me all the Ryder in the world. I don't want Suh. Yuan's fine. Hubbard's too cheap. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I like this lineup, but I don't want JJ Spawn. Yeah, sometimes this optimizer, like I love this optimizer. I built it from the ground up. It does everything that I want it to do. I don't want to increase some of these price. Like I don't want to increase his score that much because I think it's fair where it's at. Davis, I'm going to kick out. Although he is a PMAM guy. Daniel Bull, good luck to you, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Palmer, come on. Give me something good, dude. Like, I wouldn't mind, like, Campillo or Goddard showing up. That would be awesome. We at Ryan Palmer. A lot of times I just want to see the optimizer actually select a golfer on its own. Yeah, so something like this. Vincent Norman, sure. We know Norman is a PM guy. Oh my God. All right. 2 more. For all those that are coming in right now, appreciate y'all visiting. Here we go. There it is. I was waiting for Chris Goddard just to show up. I just mentioned it and it happened. Let's see what the next one will do. Jay Stamps. Do you prefer Thigala Clark or Zalatoris and Clark or Zalin Thigala? I'll rank them for you. Out of preference, I like Zalatoris and Clark. Then, jeez. Zalatoris and Clark, and then probably Thigala, Clark, Zal, and Thigala. If you wanted to be completely contrary, actually, I don't even know if that's going to be true. Yeah, Zalatoris and Clark is my number 1. And then the other 2 are pretty much toss-ups. My top anchor would be Scheffler, for sure. I mean, it's a boring answer, it's a safe answer, but it is the best answer. This is a sexy lineup. Chan Kim, sign me up. Probably gonna kick out Nap just to see what the optimizer will do. And there's Campillo. There's my 3 dudes that I was hoping to get. All right, so I'm gonna kick out Nap, although I really like Nap. And then I'm gonna bring back my $6,100 guys that I liked. You're welcome, John. Appreciate you. Yep. We love this lineup. Scheffler, Clark, Ryder, Bramlett, Yuan, and Wu. Dylan Wu is, oh my God. Okay. We're going to change this. We're going to go 5-1, maybe even 6-0. Nah, I would never do 6-0. That never happens. Even though some people think it does, it doesn't. There we go. There's your winner. That's a 5-1. Scheffler is your only AM golfer, and then it's all PMs. All right, we gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go to the bathroom. Anyways, for those that are just showing up, 17 viewers this late at night. I've been live for 4 hours. Appreciate you all being here. I do giveaways all the time. Leave a comment here in the live chat right now. You can say goodnight. I'll say goodnight to you guys. Say goodnight. You'll get an entry into the giveaway. And then once this ends, go back to my channel and comment down below, because the live video will now become a replay. And the replay, if you leave a comment on the replay, I get you another entry into the giveaway. So you can get 2 entries just by commenting now. If you already haven't, like John, Jay, Daniel, Josh, all you guys, you already have your entries just by being here and participating on the channel. I'm just letting everyone else know that might be new. Be subscribed to the channel. Here, I'll even show it to you guys. Here are my giveaways. $5 weekly, $100 monthly. If you participate on this channel, subscribing and commenting like everyone else that's doing this right now, you're automatically entered in the weekly and you're automatically entered into the monthly. And for every 10 subscribers we get over the goal, we're already over our goal. I'm giving $100 away the first Tuesday of the next month, which is the next podcast I do. I'm giving away 100, and it depends on you guys. I'm at 667 subscribers. For every 10 subscribers over 650, I put $10 in. So what are we at right now? I think I got 2 new subscribers while live. We're at 670. So I will update that right now. We are at 670. So 670 means I'm giving away $20 extra. So $20 extra, $120. If you want an entry into this giveaway, comment right now in the live chat. And then when this goes on replay, comment there. That is how you get entries into this giveaway. And again, so next week, not only are we going to do a weekly giveaway for $5, I'm giving away $100 for people who participate on this channel. And if you're dubious as to, oh, I'm new, there's going to be so many other people with entries. Last week's weekly winner only had 1 entry, only 1. And we've had monthly giveaway winners that have only put 1 entry in the entire month, and that was it. They won. It's completely random, completely. And just to provide that, just to provide you some proof, I see you, Serve5. Thank you for subscribing. Just got a notification about that. That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna minimize this, minimize that. Giveaways. This is how it's random. I just hit this. Do I need to add a 3rd one? I think we did 3 roll calls tonight, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. I'll go back and look. I'll replay this and then add everything. Yeah, I'll double check. I can't see my list right now, but for those that did participate, I'm sure. Yeah, I didn't even add back 9 bets. Okay, so there's going to be roll call 3 that I need to add. Which I will do. I'm pretty sure we did 3. I don't have back 9 bets in here at all. I did one early on, and then I did one somewhere in the middle, and then for the 3rd one, I asked for your combos. What would you like for me to build lineups? And then I didn't actually add them. Anyways, I gotta go. Gotta go. All right, guys. Appreciate you all being here. It's Thursday. I'm gonna be streaming. It's gonna be a website. It's gonna be me going over my website. So If you're interested in that, go check it out. You'll also get opportunities to add more entries into the giveaway. Again, looks like 120 bucks will be given away next Tuesday. So Thursday, again, I'll go over the website. You guys can see it. I'll still be working on it. And then, yeah, I don't have anything else to say because I literally can't get my mind off of going to the bathroom. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching. Leave a like on your way out, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you.